Every one of us are different. Every one of us. I don't know anybody out here that hadn't got some kind of skeleton in their closet. Right. Right. Only on Halloween, right? You know, regardless, Jesus said, let the man with no sin cast the first stone. He also said, which one of us need a physician if you're not sick? He said, I didn't come to do away with the law, but to confirm it. But of all these, I give you two. To love God with all your heart, mind, body, and soul. And love your neighbors, you love yourself. We have been perpetrated, victimized, dictated, suppressed, censored, because we love our country. Because we stand up for the anthem. And I'm going to tell the story that I swore I'd never say again after I did at Jonathan's rally, as a matter of fact. You want to know what America is? You want to know where we fell complacent? I'm going to tell you the greatest story, which is a true story, that ever happened in the history of this country. At the end of the American Revolution, there was many Americans that were held prisoners by the British, and there was many British held prisoner by Americans. So the Continental Congress convened because they needed a very special person to be able to negotiate the release equally of prisoners. So they come up with a man by the name of Francis Scott Key, and a poet, very eccentric songwriter, of course. And no, you don't know who he is. He's the writer of our pledge, of our national anthem. So Francis entered out on the boat after a good negotiating, and he looked at the admiral, and he said, well, we're ready to go get him. And he goes down into the bay with those men. Now, I want you to put your mind in what he probably seen after months of Americans being the baby. Months of Americans being held down in that bay. Now, we're not talking about, continental bathrooms and all that good stuff, and mindless to say the rats and the smell. Men that have given up their hope to live. They didn't think they'd see their families. And he told them, hey, men, be of good cheer, for today we have negotiated for your freedom, and once again you'll be able to return home to your families. And it was like turning on a light switch of hope. Life actually come back into the primarily skeletons of prisoners of Americans that were being held by the British. Francis entered back on top of the deck, and he looked at the admiral and said, we're ready to, get them on the side boat, take them back to their families. And he said, okay, no problem, because it doesn't matter anyway. So Francis said, what do you mean it doesn't matter anyway? He told Francis to look over his shoulder. And as he appeared over his shoulder, he said, you see all those dots out there? That is the entire British naval fleet. And we'll begin to bombard McHenry, that fort over there. Francis said, you can't do that. That fort's primarily women and children. It's not even a military fort. He said, well, that's all right. We give them an easy way out. He said, when that flag touches the ground, then you know you surrendered. And you once again be under the rule of the king. Under Britain. So you can imagine what Francis felt when he had to go back into that bay with those men after once again giving them life and hope. And tell them that, it was probably a no way out. But the normal response that he got was not the response of a broken man. They said, Francis, you go back up on top and we're going to pray. We're going to pray. You go back up and let us know what's happening. It was the largest naval attack on any fort in the history of the American Revolution. The fire began going for hours. It's described in our national anthem as something that was deafening. The rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air. And they would holler up to Francis and say, Francis, is she still flying? And he looked across the water with the embers floating in the dust. I don't know how, guys. She's torn. She's ragged. But she's still there. The admiral became so aggravated, he began to scream, I can't believe that an entire naval fleet can't make a fort that is basically primary women surrender. I want all cannons trained on that flag. And the battle began even more fierce and more deafening, all the way up until the early morning light. And you could hear the prisoners in the bay saying, dear God, please, please, just don't let her go. Don't let her fall. Don't let our battle for freedom be in vain. So when Francis entered onto that lifeboat, as he went on shore, he noticed that the flagpole had been hit. Not only once, but multiple times. And it set at an awkward angle that he couldn't quite figure out until the gates of McHenry were open. And when he opened those gates, he seen the bodies laid in circles of women, children, and men who were literally holding that flagpole that was blown out of the ground. A piece of material that represents everything that every man that served his country has fought for. Patriotism, for the ideal of a nation of men and women that can govern itself. Freedom. So when you see someone kneel at the national anthem, don't be mad. That just shows they don't understand. They don't know. They don't know what men in this country like Mac McGregor, Jonathan, AJ, and many others, naval vet, and anybody else that served this country. And until the day that we have the same dedication as Americans, as our founding forefathers, ain't nothing changed but the date on the calendar. Real patriots will sacrifice their lives and their fortunes for tomorrow's future. So, with that being said, who's next? Let's play a little bit of music, let everybody get a chance to mingle around. I'm sorry, y'all, I get really passionate because I believe in what I'm doing. Because I've done a lot of things in my life that were very selfish, that were self-centered. But what I've seen ain't the way I was raised, you know, because the innocents of this country are under attack. Children are the closest to God's heart. And so who you think the devil's going to attack? The one thing God loves. So it's our duty as Americans to be just as patriotic as our founding forefathers, to be the next generation, to hold that flagpole, whether directly or indirectly, for the cause of freedom and unalienable rights. So enjoy yourself, make your way to the concession stands, and in just a few minutes, guys, that's our guest of honor. Y'all mingle with Mr. Leg and Maga, and everybody say hi. So, sure. So if you want to get a picture, please go over there and get a picture. And
lately, USA is getting scarier. Half of the Americans I see all hate America. They hate the cops doing their best to take care of us and kneel for the flag and salt the soldiers that we're burying. I'm tired of the bitching and complaining. Why you living in America if all you do is hate it? You think it's brave to take a stand against the nation? Real bravery is dying for the right so you can say it. Dear America, what happened to Americans? Apparently no one's aware or cares that it's embarrassing. It's arrogance. Our greatest enemy was always slavery and terrorists, and now it's people in the country trying to burn the heritage. I can't help it, I just seem to see the world different. It ain't Republicans or labor rules, it's mental illness. The internet is only interested in left opinions. Cancel culture's got more power lately than the First Amendment. If you don't like it, leave. We will not defund police. We don't want no riots in our neighborhoods or in the streets. We respect freedom of speech. We protect what we believe. We don't want nobody dead, so please do not tread on me. In America, your freedom ain't free. In America, that's soldiers dying overseas. So America, you say what we believe. My America. Did everyone forget that people died to pay for this? Ungratefulness, United States gave everything to you just to help. I just want to celebrate Thanksgiving with my family. I don't need your help to understand it was a tragedy. Can I just be thankful for my country eating happily without you trying to guilt me for the genocide and casualties? I can't help it, I just seem to see the world different. It ain't black or white, it's conflict designed by the system. I don't need your pronouns, all I see is men and women. Kids are taking pills for fun while people can't afford prescriptions. If you don't like it, go. Hate it, then don't call it home. We don't need no violence, got no time for all you radicals. Screw your status quo, we're the animals. I won't kneel for the anthem, cause the flag is what I'm standing for. In America, it's freedom ain't free. In America, the soldiers dying overseas. So America, you say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee. Our freedom is the reason you can disrespect our flag. If my stars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you back your bags. America, you can hate the government and still love the country. The fundamental values of America are country. Republicans and liberals are dumb, to put it bluntly. They're labels that they use to create chaos and corruption. You can know the history and still be proud of where you're from. Every flag around the world is covered in a little blood. We started out United States, divided is what we've become. If home is where the heart is, you should show America some love. In America, if freedom ain't free. In America, the soldiers dying overseas. So America, you say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee. Our freedom is the reason you can disrespect our flag. If my stars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you back your bags. America.
All right, y'all. Next up, we got Lady Maga.
Hello, America. I have a question. How many genders exist?
2.
Are you sure? I look pretty fabulous, but if 2 genders exist, that means I'm a man. Am I a man?
Yes.
Exactly! And that's the whole reason I dress up. My goal is to throw it in the face of the leftists who say that men or women and little boys should have hormones and surgeries and 13-year-old girls should get mastectomies. I just say heck no. Can I get a heck no? So throughout history, we have Shakespeare, the Egyptians, there were a lot of makeup. We have, the Aztecs and the Mayans and people at Versailles. And these were men. Even our founding fathers, they had wigs and bows in their hair. But were they men or were they women? Exactly. So the whole reason I dress up is because nothing makes the leftists more angry than a drag artist for Trump. And who here supports Trump? That's right. And my name is Lady Maga USA, which means Make America Great Again. It doesn't mean Make America Gay Again. So I have a song that is for... Exactly. So there's a whole new resurgence of common sense patriots like me, and we're tired of the LGBTQIA plus XYZ mafia. We're done. I have walked away from the LGBTQIA plus, and I just take my cup and I spill the TQIA plus from my life, because they are trying to castrate kids, they are trying to perform mastectomies, and as we have seen at the Boston Children's Hospital, they're performing hysterectomies on 6-year-old girls. I don't like to cuss, but can I get a hell no? Exactly. So this is America. We all have the right to be free. We all have the right to do what we want to do. And I am a drag artist. I call myself a drag artist because drag queens are in libraries doing drag queen story hour, doing disgusting things in public. They're also in elementary schools. So I tell all of these drag witches, which is what I call them because they're doing the work of Satan. I say, if you're going to be in public, you better be covered neck to toe. Can I get an amen? So that's why I'm wearing this silly outfit. For me, has anybody here seen the film Some Like It Hot with Marilyn Monroe? Oh my gosh. Nobody has seen that movie. Has anybody seen the movie Mrs. Doubtfire? There you go. So the whole purpose of a biological man like me dressing up is to make people laugh. It is not to erase gender. And there's a lot of families in the audience today and kids. And if a kid asks me, why are you dressed up? I say, because it's like Halloween. I'm a man in a costume. I am not a woman. But on the left, with the alphabet mafia and the LGBTQIA plus plantation, they will tell a little kid that a man wearing a wig is a woman. Can I ask you, is a man wearing a wig a woman? No. Aha! Hell no. Exactly. So I just want you to know, nothing makes the leftists more angry than somebody like me who defies their narrative. They say that if you're a little boy who plays with Barbies, if you're a little girl who plays football, you're a girl, you're a boy. And I'm here to say, if you want to dress up and be crazy like Lady Maga USA, go for it. It does not mean you are a woman. And I would never go into a women's bathroom, no matter how fabulous I look. I would never try to compete against biological women. Come up here, Militia. I'll help you with my strong grip. So I want y'all to tell me, would it be fair for me as a biological man to compete against Militia in a sport?
No.
I could barely even shake his hand. I could barely even shake your hand. So strong.
But the Democrats and the leftists and the LGBTQIA plus movement is telling us that a man like me, if I put on some nail polish, I can compete against her in sports. I don't like to cuss, but can I get a hell no?
Hell
no. Of course, please.
So we were on the phone the other day, and I was telling Lady Maga how I purchased, my little boys are over here, and I purchased one of them a little cooking set, okay? And everybody's like, why would you buy your baby a cooking set? Do you not agree with me that little boys are going to be daddies one day? They may need to cook for their wives someday, right?
I agree. Well, baby dolls. So here's kind of where it gets a little bit, foggy. A Barbie is a doll that is meant for fashion and hair and makeup. But a baby doll is a baby. So a little boy pretending to be a father and putting the baby to bed in a crib is very different than a little boy telling people, I'm a girl. So I'm going to perform a song, and I wrote this song because pop culture is disgusting. I mean, we have Cardi B, we have Lil Nas X, and the entire pop culture has become disgusting. So I wrote this song, and honestly, the lyrics are not very political. The lyrics are meant to unite us. So I'm going to sing the song, do my dance, And I want all of you to call your friends and tell them to come tonight, because we have a whole party ahead of us. It's a party in the USA with Lady Maga USA. I don't like that song by Miley Cyrus. All right. So you have the song? All right. Okay. I want y'all to stand up and dance and enjoy this performance, because this song is called Baby, Take a Stand. It doesn't matter if you're black, it doesn't matter if you're Latino, it doesn't matter if you're gay, it doesn't matter if you are a Christian or a Muslim. The American flag waves for all of us. And the Democrats, listen, the oldest trick in the book is divide and conquer. So we must come together as Americans. And even if some people think that, oh my gosh, you're dressed up in a wig, you're dressed up as a woman, that's okay. I defend the free speech of everyone, even people who disagree with me. Because if we don't save the First Amendment, and we don't save the Second Amendment, we won't even be able to argue about the fact that I'm wearing a wig. So, we all know that the encroachment of communism has sped up. And we also know what happened with the schmovid-schmandemic and the Jabba the Hutt trying to inject us against our will, even if we had antibodies like myself. So my message is, I may be crazy, I might be wearing a wig, but my hope is that somebody like me can help stop Drag Queen Story Hour. I hope that I can stop the indoctrination of children in schools. And so it's one step at a time. I came in all the way from Utah. Is anybody here Mormon? Of course not. I'm from Utah. When they ask that question, everybody's like, woo! But I defend the Mormons in Utah. I defend evangelical Christians. I defend the religious beliefs of people who believe that the way I live is a sin. Because tolerance and inclusion must go both ways. If the LGBTQIA+ community says tolerance, inclusion, love, why don't they offer tolerance and inclusion to people who disagree with them? Right? So anyway, all right, I hope I remember my choreography. And please cheer loud and scream, because before I was Lady Maga USA, I was a professional Britney Spears impersonator, and I had a really good time. Who here loves Britney? Oh, come on, please scream louder for Britney. No, but Britney Spears is not free. If you follow her on Instagram, the occult, Hollywood, elitist, Jeffrey Epstein crowd has control of all of our celebrities. But I digress. Who's ready for a really fun song? Do you promise to play it nice and loud? All right, my brother.
Give it up, y'all.
All right, you know, somebody like me, obviously I'm outside the box. Whew, I'm out of breath. Do you guys believe that we should all come together and take a stand for our Constitution and for our American flag? All right, that could have been louder.
Come on, y'all.
That's right. So, brother, what's your name?
AJ.
CNN and MSNBC, NBC, and every leftist outlet tells people that my brother here and me, we are divided and we hate each other. Guess what? We don't. We want to make America great again. You could do better than that. Make America great again. Woo! All right, so let's crush the narrative. The left says that people like me cannot be a conservative, but I love our Constitution. I believe in free speech, and that includes the speech of people who hate me, because the price of free speech is hearing things that you disagree with. So let's save the Constitution, let's save the First Amendment, let's save the Second Amendment, because when the commies come for us, I'm coming to your house, I'll take a gun, and whether or not I'm wearing a wig, I will shoot the commies. That's right. So God bless America. We're going to have a great day today. I'll perform again later. And please come up and get to know me. I don't hand out a card. I don't hand out a flyer. I hand out a letter. Because I know that I am very confusing to a lot of people. But trust me, if you get to know me, you will know that underneath this wig, which looks really fabulous, underneath this makeup, I am an alpha American patriot.
Damn right.
And I know that all of you are as well. Will you please repeat after me? God bless America! What? Well, you know what? I think they can do a lot better than that. Let's try one more time. Scream from your lungs, from your heart. The reason we are here today is because we are losing our country. The encroachment of communism and socialism is taking over. I bet half of you couldn't even afford to come here today because of the gas prices. President Donald Trump put Americans first, and Joe Biden might as well be Stalin. So let's do better. I'll say it, you repeat it from your heart, because this is our time to save our country. God bless America. God bless America. So much better. Come get up and talk to me and get to know me. And please enjoy today's program and just relish this magic moment of coming together as Americans, because we're going to look back and we're going to remember these events as the good old days. Oh, he's cutting me off.
No, I'm not.
No, but really, this battle, standing up for America, every time you're with a fellow patriot, every time you're at a rally, you have to understand, unless we save our country, these may be the last events like this. So please relish every moment. Share every phone number. Give as many hugs as possible. And I love you all. I am Lady Maga USA. If you want to support me, you can go to ladymagausa.com and buy some merch, little t-shirt, little water bottle, whatever you want. But I just want you to know I'm honored to be here all the way from Utah to stand up for our country. God bless America.
God bless America. All right, guys, there we go. Lady Maga, give it up, y'all. I can't hear you. All right, AJ's going to do a little bit of music. while we decide whether I sing or not. Well, that was a quick decision.
Yeah, we're both reaching out that one.
They're turning it off on me. What's wrong with them? Y'all don't like. Hey,
We're turning it off because we know better.
hey, man, that guy got a star and roll
We
of
got
water
people
boy.
up
What
here.
you
We
talking
don't
about?
want them running away now.
I like frog cornbread.
Yeah, we saw it. You ate it all, didn't you?
Me and Adam Sandler's good friends.
What'd you say?
Me and Adam Sandler. Well,
Okay, water boy.
let's play some music.
Young, like a new moon rising, fierce through the rain and lightning, wandering out into this great unknown. And I don't want no one to cry, but tell them if I don't survive, I was born free.
service with AT&T. Yeah, I love Metallica too, but unfortunately they're too happy. Copyright. If anybody ever remembers Napster, they went off after all these people for copyright infringement. And they were vicious about it. I might eat in a little bit. My stomach was a little upset, so I'm waiting for it to settle. But I might eat a little bit later. Hi, Stitch! I missed Stitch at Michigan. I didn't get to see him. By the time I got there, he had left.
Yeah, I had heading off to see family that was in the area.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I got to see him today, so I'm happy.
No.
I like seeing Stitch. So what do we got here? Truckers Freedom.
Apparel. We got Soup Mama merchandise.
Soup Mama merchandise. That's sweet.
If you want to go and
eat more. Oh, I know who Soup Mama is.
Yeah, he knows.
I spent a lot of time in the convoy with her. Yep. I was actually part. So we got blue. Is it the same decal, just different colors?
Yep.
Okay. So we got different colors. Huh?
Yep.
That's a fan that keeps my phone from getting too hot. So like when I was in the sun, it blows cold air on the phone to keep it from getting too hot.
And also, I could get airborne, only it's hot.
Yeah. So we got a We the People hat with since 1776. That's pretty cool.
My dad has that tattoo.
He's got that tattoo?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Truckers Freedom Convoy. Is there any writing on the back? No.
And look at this guy's awesome shirt.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Stitch gave it to me.
Stitch gave you a Stitch shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And
it looks like it's in your size too, so he specially bought it for you. It's not even like one of his old hand-me-downs.
Yeah. No.
That means you're
Steve gave me this.
That means you're a VIP. You're special.
Very interesting person.
Huh?
Since we helped build all this stuff, we're staff.
Stitch stickers.
Staff.
More Stitch stickers.
He doesn't look like the Lost Beetle anymore. He's got facial hair again. I keep telling him I think he looks better with facial hair. I'm sorry, just maybe it's me. Maybe it's me, but I think he looks better with facial hair.
I got something for your wallet.
You getting something?
Hi, how you doing?
Pretty good, you?
I'm doing good. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got some beans. I think that was meatballs. Looks like stir fry. What's that? Some kind of chicken. Oh, pulled pork. Sorry, pulled pork. Hot dogs. Sausage. Hamburgers. Chips. Hi, buddy.
Hey. How long of a drive did you have?
It ended up taking me about roughly about 9. Well, it was 9 hours according to GPS. But then you factor in fuel stops and all that stuff. It was probably closer to about 10. Yeah, about 10 hours once you figured that out. So it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
It's the Italian sausage. From you guys, I don't know what that means. I don't know if
How you doing? Your dogs? his dogs. His dogs are killing him. How you been? I haven't seen you in a while. You want to be on camera? Okay, that's fine. I didn't really get your face. Kind of got your lower half. It's the better looking half of you anyway. What? Oh, there we go. Here comes the star of the show. There's the star of the show, the Soup Mama. Graces my poor lonely stream. You know, now my viewership's gonna go up to like 500 just because she walked over.
Think so. Well, that, you know what? Those 500 don't come visit my channel. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to figure that out.
Yeah,
you know?
we will. You having fun?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to catch the beginning part of your clip of Lady Maga because I didn't realize.
Yeah.
It's all right. I got some cool pictures.
I recorded it. I had a few people that were kind of like, what the heck's going on? Because it came in late. And I was like, well, the guy was dressed in female clothing, explaining that just because he was in female clothing, that didn't make him a female.
You know what? Lady Maga is pretty awesome, actually. If you listen to his platform and what he has to say, you know, it's actually really, you know, that's one of those things, like, we're all in line. That's why this is all about, you know, this one's all about unity. And it's going across those barriers, you know, where they're telling us that, oh, you can't be friends or you can't be on the same page with someone who's gay or a drag queen or whatever. But that's not really the case, you know? And it's really refreshing to see somebody like Lady Maga that's got that same message, just in a different way, you know? And I'm in full support, so I'm really excited. Plus, we're going to Dollywood together, so it's going to be a great time.
Oh, that's who you said you were going to Dollywood
Yes,
with?
that's who I'm going to Dollywood.
Dressed like that?
I don't care.
I know.
Listen,
I'm just asking.
baby,
I don't care.
It's all good. I got a tutu and some red, white, and blue rings. I will go in my gear, all dressed up, tricked out. I'd have no problem.
That's hilarious. Jeff says he watches your stream every time you go on.
Okay. Well, there's one anyway. Love you, Jeff.
Love you, Jeff. Oh, there you go, Jeff.
Yeah.
Screen grab that. She said she loved you, gave you, blew you a kiss and everything. All right.
Have fun.
Stitch! It's Stitch! I love the Stitch. Oh. So yeah, unfortunately, like I said, I was told what basically happened was they just really, a lot of people left when it started raining thinking that it was just going to get rained out, and they just didn't really come back. So it is what it is, you know. Kind of sucks, but you know, I'm just really surprised. Like, Lisa's here because Lisa's all the way from Texas. You got Polish all the way from Connecticut. You got Soup Mama up from like in the Hagerstown area. I don't remember exactly what city she's from, but I know she's over in that general area roughly. I mean, so yeah, I mean, you got all these people. You got Patriot Labs. You know, he's not from around here either. You know, you got all these people that were with the convoy that really kind of came from all over the country to be here at this event. And I'm really surprised how many people showed up that I knew. You know, I come to some of these events and it's like, you know, I might be the only person here as far as I know. You know, I mean, hell, Vince is here, you know, all these people. It's just amazing how many people have shown up, you know, that were part of the convoy. So careful with those Yankees. Now you got there from Connecticut. Well, I don't think the ones that are here are Biden voters. So I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, Vince is here, yep. Well, that's his truck right there, the blue one. I'm gonna get my my wireless mic system. Because I think that if I'm gonna do some type of interviews, it's gonna be kind of challenging with the music going, because they got the music so loud all the time. I may have to turn the mics on and mic people to be able to get an interview in. But we're gonna try. We're gonna see what I can do. Maybe. I'm pretty sure I grabbed the mics. I'd feel really bad if I didn't. Let me see. Yep, I got the mics. Alright, so I'm gonna grab the wireless mics, and you know, maybe we can do some interviews with the music. I don't know. I'm hoping the flotilla, you know, that's supposed to be a big draw. There's going to be a lot of, go ahead, you can ask a question. I'm hoping the flotilla will be a big draw, because it's supposed to be like a boat parade about freedom. You know, and I'm going to definitely try to, see if I can get the drone up. You know, I got that server going, so hopefully I can get that working and be able to bring you guys that coverage. But we'll just, you know, we're going to do what we can do. So that's what we're doing. What's the question? Let's see. Yeah, we got Appalachian Flute. We got Lisa, Soup Mama, Vince, Dennis Rhodes, Patriot Labs, you know, Polish Agnes. I mean, you know, we've got some notable people. I mean, these are all people that were pretty well known in the convoys. So, I mean, yeah, we've got a lot of people that really showed up that I'm really surprised. Yeah, I didn't know it was Lisa at first, and then I said in the chat that it was Lisa, and then I brought her in front of the camera. So yeah, no, Lisa came all the way from Texas, you know, so yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and then I saw her and I went over to her and then I typed in, yes, it is Lisa. I didn't see her at first. There she is again. I just had her on stream like 2 seconds ago. There's Lisa right there. She is here. I didn't lie. She's right there. She's right there. Well, this is the table that Patriot Labs has put up. He's the only one really selling that type of vendor stuff, but that's his personal choice. I mean, really the only people selling merch is Soup Mama, which is doing the Soup Mama stuff, and then this table here is just what Patriot Labs brought. You know, like I said, you can see there's nobody else really selling anything, and that's his choice. You know, if that's what he wants to sell. Patriot Labs is actually a YouTube streamer. He's actually got quite a big following.
He's a yellow belly bastard.
I don't know exactly. He doesn't really call himself a streamer.
Like that, Mr. Trump-tastic.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I gotta see if I can find him. Maybe I can get him to explain to me how he describes himself.
Which one is there? Patriot Hood Classic, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
That
looking
Cal
for it.
Rittenhouse.
Right. And then there's Polish.
Oh, that's that Cal Rittenhouse. Okay. Yeah. Rittenhouse, yeah. Rittenhouse, I can beat the case. Like my name is Cal Rittenhouse. Yeah. Rittenhouse, yeah. Rittenhouse, I can beat the case. Like my name is Cal Rittenhouse. You can get shot with the case. Cal Rittenhouse. Pulled up to the driveway, but I parked at a different house. Bobby on the beat, and he whipped it up like slavery. Bobby on the beat, and he whipped it up like slavery. I got the streets hot like it came out the bakery. Yeah.
What's up, brother? Question. I forgot. You don't call yourself a streamer. You call yourself something else. What do you call that again?
I'm an independent journalist and a podcaster.
He's an independent journalist and podcaster. I wanted to get it right because they were like, somebody was asking me
How
who.
often do you turn on YouTube and find me there?
Well,
Streamers stream.
yeah.
I ain't got time to stream. Well, I do got time to stream, but that takes away from my real calling.
Okay.
And it's it.
All right.
Nothing against streamers.
No.
I love it. You know what? I admire him because, for one, I couldn't live like a streamer.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
I mean, sleeping in tents a week at a time. I mean,
I just remembered you had a certain term and I didn't want to screw it up. So that's why I figured I'd just come to the source and ask you.
hey, I lived a life. Not showering for 6 days. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't get it twisted though. Toothpaste, toothbrush, and a bottle of water. I learned. Hey. Yeah.
So there you go. So there you go. Right from the horse's mouth. Thank you much, buddy. I appreciate it. So independent media, you know, and podcaster is what he defines himself as. But he does have a YouTube channel that he does put some of that stuff on. I think he's on Rumble and a few other platforms also. So, some good stuff. Ask him when his next podcast is. I would actually just probably look up Patriot Labs and look under his description. I'm pretty sure he's going to have that all listed under his YouTube. And then that's my buddy Steve. He was in Hagerstown with us.
How's it going, man?
Not doing too bad. Yeah, he actually was camped right behind my camper, and you know, he was playing out the good music, jamming. He was there with Chris, part of the guy that came up to Wisconsin that was from security that I was hanging out with a couple of weeks ago. He was jamming. He came up to my hometown. You remember Chris?
You remember?
Oh, the British ponytail.
Yeah.
He's down in Illinois, and he was up vacationing in my hometown. Didn't even realize it was my hometown until I was live streaming. He's like, dude, we gotta hang out.
So is he there now?
No, he's back at home. But he came and
Remember
visited.
Ron Coleman, the guy? You see the video where I was singing the national anthem for Canada?
Nah, I don't think so.
They did a video. They shot a video going to the kitchen. I just met the people from Canada, and Ron Coleman was with them. He went viral like over 100,000 views. Yeah. But Ron, they call him Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf is on a walk across America.
That Ron. Yeah, Grey Wolf. Yeah, no, that Ron. I know what you're talking about.
I just got a text from Ron just about 20 minutes ago. And I'm going to go live with him on a panel tonight from here at 6 o'clock. So if you get on Grey Wolf's website and find out where he's going to be doing his live stream, where it be on Rumble, Facebook, YouTube. Yeah. He's going to be live streaming tonight. And go ahead and make some comments and speak into what's going on. And if you can, support him. He's walking across America to wake America up, to exercise the freedoms we all have. You may have to just get up and walk around your neighborhood to wake people up to not take advantage of the freedoms we have here anymore, because they're fading away. They're fading away. And it's going to be up to us as American citizens, we the people, to stand up and to give our consent to whatever's happening in America, because we are the power in America, not the government. They work for us. We don't work for them, and we have to remind ourselves of that. So get out there, get on Grey Wolf's website, support him. He's doing this all out of his own pocket, like everybody you see around here doing these rallies. We do this out of our own pocket, just out of our love for you and out of our love for America. So support us, support him, and get out here with us if you can.
My moderator already put up the link for Grey Wolf. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, man.
So yeah, no, I got to listen to his music for about 3 weeks in Hagerstown. So that was a pretty good time. It was cool to see him. I never would have expected to see him here. And he's not even from this area either. So that's another person that was part of Hagerstown that just happened to show up here. So were you guys able to hear him okay? I was feeling kind of bad because I didn't hook up the wireless mic yet. So hopefully you guys got most of what he was saying. Basically what he was saying was that Grey Wolf's going to be doing a panel and he's going to be on the panel tonight. And sometime tonight, you know, everybody should tune into Grey Wolf's panel. Is basically the summary of what he said.
Yeah. Keep that going. Keep that energy going. Yeah.
Hello, folks.
Okay, I forgot your name. I know this guy. I've seen him in Hagerstown. I know his face.
I'm Jeff, Ohio 420. I'm one of the creators of the People's World Rally channel, and we're out here doing a live broadcast here at the event. And I want to say hello to everybody. And we're doing great out here.
Cool beans. Yeah, he was in Hagerstown too.
Peace, Seth Rich. Radio show. I'm about to hit y'all over there. Self Rich. Yeah, with another banger. Turn up, it's that Self Rich. Turn up. Yeah, let's go, Patriots. Yeah. Yeah, y'all know.
Yeah, it's definitely a Hagerstown reunion.
It sounds good. Self Rich, yeah. Self Rich, dripper on his swag. Have me feeling like the president. Dripper on his swag. Have me feeling like the president. Yeah. Self Rich, yeah. Self Rich, dripper on his swag. Have me feeling like the president. Yeah. Mega drip, yeah. Mega drip, say my name 3 times and I come back like the Candyman. Saying a surfer dripper and I did it with out the 10. Quarterback flow, deep state, try to sack me. You can get thrown off the bridge like Isaac Cappy. I hit the 8 ball, then I put it in the pocket. Pull sharp with the stick, I think I won a Grammy. I'm jumping out the gym and I think I pulled a hammy. I can tell you white lights, toasting with the Sammy. I put 20 deals and I hit him with that same lie. Blue lives matter and I used to try to date a cop. Your favorite rapper died, still waiting on them J's to drop. AMC stocks had me going ape shit. Yeah, Seth Rich, yeah. Seth Rich, dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Yeah, Seth Rich, yeah. Seth Rich, dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Yeah, Seth Rich, yeah. Seth Rich, dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Hollow man dripper, but my name ain't Kevin Bacon. Scars on my back, like I play with Troy Aikman. Hymns on the court, like I'm jumping with the John Morant. Sitting back, chilling, I'm just waiting on the EBS. One eye open, but I never work for CBS. Foot stepper, like I'm creeping out the forest. I'm saved by the bell, and I feel like Zach Morris. Separate swag when I sing on the chorus. I got all the votes, and I'm saucy like Velveeta. I can paint a picture like Picasso, Mona Lisa. Mr. Trump-tastic, I'm busting at your speakers. Yeah, Seth Rich, yeah. Seth Rich, dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Yeah, Seth Rich, yeah. Seth Rich, dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Yeah, Seth Rich, yeah. Seth Rich, dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Dripper on his swag, had me feeling like the president. Yeah, Seth Rich, yeah. Seth Rich, yo, it's Mr. Plastic on the Black Diamond Radio Show. Yeah, I just hit y'all over the head with another banger. Turn up, Patriot, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Going to be playing a song here. Then we're going to get Mr. Jonathan Garcia up next.
I walked through a county courthouse square. On a park bench, an old man was sitting there. I said, "Your old courthouse is kind of run down." He said, "No, it'll do for our little town." I said, "Your old flagpole is leaned a little bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it." He said, "Have a seat." And I sat down. "Is this the first time you've been to our little town?" I said, "I think it is." He said, "I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag." Check, check. You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware. And it got powder burned the night that Francis Scott Key sat watching it write and say, "Can you see?" And it got a bad rip in New Orleans with Pakenham and Jackson tugging at its seams. And it almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on though. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville, and she got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp and low a time or two. She was in Korea, Vietnam. She went where she was sent by her Uncle Sam. She waved from our ships upon the briny foam, and now they've about quit waving back here at home. In her own good land here, she's been abused. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, and refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and she's wearing thin, but she's in good shape for the shape she's in. 'Cause she's been through the fire before, and I believe she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning, we take her down every night, we don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her upright. On second thought, I do like to brag, 'cause I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag.
Jonathan Garcia, the honey badger, Smiley, the people's governor. Okay. Last time I checked. No, you're good. You're good. I just want to say a couple shout outs about people's recording to a lot of people that supported what's going on here at this event. Like for the gentleman back there in orange, William Ray Smith. Y'all be sure to tune into his show. It's called the Patriot Lab. And then we got David Glavin, Boogie with the Bull. Check them out on Facebook. They've supported this for a long time. So anyway, let's get back into music.
And I want to thank Mr. Randy Griesenbeck and wherever Denby went, we're getting this rolling here for everybody. Without them, none of us would be coming from whatever state we're all living in or coming from, convoying together. We're all in this together, and this is proving it. Most of us ain't even from this state, and we're sitting here right now. I said most, not all.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I'd thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
I want to hear everybody. I want to hear everybody sing along.
At least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Oh, stand up, y'all.
be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. To be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless
Mr. Jonathan Garcia.
Before I get started, I want to thank everybody. Thank everybody for showing up with the support. I'm from the Free Constitutional Republic of the state of Georgia, and it's a blessing to represent my state in the Free Constitutional Republic of the state of Tennessee. My name is Jonathan David Garcia. And I had the privilege as an American to run for governor in the great state of Georgia. I promised everybody that the red mammoth, which is my mascot for my campaign, would be bringing 1776 2.0.
When I say 1776 2.0, some people take it to think that I'm calling for a civil war. I have never let that come out my mouth. Never. From the get-go of my campaign, it was not just to be partisan, but I actually envisioned uniting Georgians to strive to restore the constitutional republic for themselves and for the state of Georgia. I told people while I was campaigning that as the revival of America, of God family country, we only have one opportunity. Every moment is so precious. I approached my campaign as if it was my last day on earth. I have 17 speeches on Red Mammoth Nation TV, on YouTube, documenting the things that I was talking about as far as how to reinstate the constitutional republic for yourselves and get your freedoms back. And I got a lot of ridicule. Out of the 2.5 years that I even told people that I was running for governor, the GOP decided to basically make sure that the last 6 months of my campaign, I was the most tied up, pretty much. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have the coverage that I had in the last 6 months in the 2.5 years that I was actually running. But what I was talking about for we the people in the great state of Georgia was having your independence back. I'm not one, as a constitutionalist, to believe that we should ever have to rely on government. That's not the function of it. Their function is to work for us, yes. But as far as for we the people to have to rely on that as a nanny state, that's not what I ever espoused out of my mouth. I'm a very proud American. Everybody knows when they meet me that I have a depth and that I'm not a politician. I'm a patriot first. I've only been running as a politician for the last 2.5 years, like I said. My own hometown of where I live today. Let me tell you about a GOP event that at first they told me I had 5 minutes to give my speech. Then the day of, they said I had 3 minutes, last minute. So having to cram all my information in 3 minutes was a miracle. But God, what He does is He makes the impossible possible. I'm a happy survivor of South Central LA. Me and my family, we moved out to Georgia when I was 14. Before I made it to freedom with my family, I was told 3 things. That I was never going to be able to graduate. I was never going to be able to own my own property. And my classic car, my dream car that I wanted, that I could never have. I was crazy. I've had awesome friends that really have obliterated, literally, the narrative of racism. I count it as a badge of honor to be a true God-blessed American. I proved them wrong. At the age of 20, I bought my own home after graduating high school. In my garage, I put a 64.5 Mustang in there. That was my vintage car, which I restored. For anybody to try to put limitations on me as an American, I look at them stupid.
Amen.
I've not only created opportunities for myself, but I've also used the opportunities that have been given me as an American that is not expected of the average kid coming out of the ghetto. My parents, being Christian ministers, they knew the devil was a lie. They see me do amazing things besides that. Not only have I been a proud cage fighter, I put in the time, the effort. I went to state my first year in high school as a wrestler. That same determination, that will, as a proud American now, has helped me to show that not only does a true patriot have a snowball's chance in hell, but that snowball can become an avalanche as a constitutionalist. I've met folks like Randy, awesome patriot, thank you. Badass. My brother back here, thank you, man. There was days on campaign where I spent 24 hours and 36 hours.
I'm going to stop here right now and say flat out, you ain't got to thank me for nothing. We're all in this together.
Damn right.
Theo.
Damn right.
Theo, come here. Theo.
For the life of me, I couldn't understand why there wouldn't be more people fighting. For not just liberties, because liberty means that you have rest, but for freedom, which means that you have movement to go wherever you want to. Why wouldn't more people come out to support God-given inalienable rights and to fight for true freedom? My campaign slogan was, "Free people don't ask permission for God-given inalienable rights." It's a slogan, right? It was a true revival. Free people don't ask permission for God-given inalienable rights. Understand, when you say free people don't ask for God-given inalienable rights, those are the rights that we were born into this world with. Now, depending on where you stand with the Bible does definitely say that wherever a child of God steps is holy ground. That is how important not only the law of the land is, but freedom is on free soil, which America should be always free soil. God helps us out in many ways. But you have to take the first step. You have to take that leap of faith. Not a lot of people that even say that they're patriot actually get into being a constitutionalist, which is a shame. They don't get into the 1st to the 10th Amendments that are God-given inalienable rights. Your private property, which I've been trying to tell a lot of people this. This right here, it has a Liberty Bell on it. You guys remember the gold standard? Yep. Y'all remember the silver standard? Yep. That's what this represents. When 1971 hit, actually, let me put it back. When actually the turncoat Nixon hit America, he took us off that standard, put us on fiat currency. I'm going to come back to that in just a second. In 1619, we had the Petition of Rights. And I'm going to show you how this all plays into everything. A petition means that you're asking permission for rights. Our Revolutionary War, getting to our Declaration of Independence, our Constitution, and our Bill of Rights, that Bill of Rights symbolized that our founding fathers not only got out of the pulpit, got out of the churches where they would meet, got out of the pubs and told people, hold my beer, it's time to get some freedom.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Freedom.
That Bill of Rights was them saying, we're not asking permission for God-given inalienable rights. I'm a staunch First Amendment activist and I'm a staunch Second Amendment activist. And I definitely believe that that Second Amendment does protect them all. That 9th and the 10th, that's our obligation as we the people to have each other six. (1812). That's right, 1812. Body stacked on body to hold our flag up. All they had to do was let it hit the ground. Jump in it. But free people don't ask permission.
That's right.
Somewhere along the line, after Nixon, we started asking permission. Unfortunately. I could talk about a lot of Mason patriots. Personally, Matt McGregor, thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
The integrity and honor of those in losing a dear brother, those were the people that I had around me to get me thus far as taking positive memories to push me what positive influences does for a person. It gives you that fight, that teeth. Not a bulldog without teeth, but a bulldog with teeth. That lockjaw. Our founding fathers knew that. They were not willing to budge. And the only reason why the British came back in 1812 was because Washington was still not alive. Excuse me. So, yeah. From the get-go, America has always had a brass pair. Because free people don't ask permission. And when I say the revival of 1776 2.0, that's because on paper, yes, we've already won. It's in the contract. We have 3 of them. But we have to start using them properly. That's the reason why when I say I'm representing the free constitutional republic of the state of Georgia, and when I say that I'm addressing or representing that state in the free constitutional republic of the state of Tennessee, what is coming out of my mouth is a God bless American and that vocabulary of not asking permission for God-given inalienable rights. When I was telling people that we need to be fighting for our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our Declaration of Independence, I was telling them that we also have to be fighting for our private property. And it's not just wealth that you can hold in your hand. That is actually just a monetary value of currency. Our founding fathers knew that if they gave up, that the true private property that they would be giving up is their children and the future for their children. Your children are your private property, believe it or not. As your children being your private property, any type of abuse should be a hell no. Any type of taking a child out of your home because of illegalities should be a hell no. Fighting for your children is on so many fronts now. Like Max said, people have died right next to you. And yet fellow Americans want to step on the flag, want to burn it, want to crap on everything that our founding fathers did for us. And many other patriots down the line fought for us. These are the days where we need to be saying enough is enough. This is one nation under God for a reason. Because truly it is in God we trust. Look at the 3rd stanza, which I did know that, Mac. That's right. God's in it. Our founding fathers didn't leave them out. It takes faith to go against the largest and strongest army in the world. And I've told people, if the skies went black right now, who in the hell is going to be asking if you have a permit to carry when we're being invaded? Who's going to ask if you have a CCW when we're being invaded? When you see tanks and everything else falling out the dang sky, who's going to be asking, well, gee, I hope they got a permit for that. Hey, yeah, that sure is nice equipment as we're popping them, because we'll be taking them from them. Guaranteed that. As patriots, we're different. I swear to God.
We are different.
This has nothing to do with right or left. We're moving straight forward to freedom. It's 1775 2.0, believe it or not, now. What Nixon did by taking us off of the gold reserve is something that, believe it or not, he may have screwed the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, because all them still were on the gold reserve. But we went to the petrodollar, right? Okay. I'm not trying to get too funky out here. But when we started going to fiat currency, that started putting the nail in it, pretty much. However, when you see China, Russia, Iran, India going to this BRIC system, which is a gold-backed currency, you know what they're telling the World Economic Forum, the liberal world order, central bank, Fed Reserve, Vatican too? Yeah, the three city-states. They're telling them not only to step off, they're telling them to stick it where the sun don't shine. And that's where we the people, I'm proud to say, have actually started doing. I'm a proud member of those that not only have put their money where their mouth is, but for all those who have infringed on freedom. We've already started restoring our own constitutional republic using what our founding fathers have given us, starting with our wealth. And y'all can't stop that. Nobody can stop that because it's a personal choice. It's an individual choice. It's here. And it has to get here. The core of America is just like the body. It's the heart. It's here. As a proud American, everybody's like, how does that work? Just the way that China and everybody else has just done. Control your own resources, your private property. Control your wealth. Control your family. Take them back. What are they going to do when they go to ones and zeros? They can go to ones and zeros all you want. It's a matter of whether or not you're going to voluntarily comply into that system. And I'm proud to say that as Americans, that yes, I'm a part of a group that is using the Constitution correctly in our Bill of Rights. And it doesn't matter. It does not matter what they do with ones and zeros. The fiat currency dumps tomorrow because it is on an upswing. If it dumps tomorrow, there's going to be Americans out here responsible enough and accountable enough not only to show other Americans like what we've all been doing, but we're also able to help fellow Americans not only get back on their feet, but do the Christian thing, which is to look out for your neighbor. We're controlling our own food, controlling our own property, controlling our own wealth. Some of us has already started homeschooling our own kids to protect them. It's not just to shield them from any other type of ideology or anything. It's honestly to protect them, to make sure that they're learning skills and things that will carry them to help them in the future, which is what happened with me. When I was 13, almost 14, I learned how to roof, believe it or not, falling off ladders. Yeah, if you ain't fell off a ladder, you ain't roofed. Painting. Right. Painting. Cutting grass. Everything to hustle. But that's the mark of a true American. Doing whatever it takes for freedom. And my parents, knowing it or not, put in my heart that you don't cry about it, you be about it. And free people don't ask permission for God-given inalienable rights. The reason why my voice is so choppy like this and getting jacked up, I've had a fun 7 years. At first, researching, I complained about it. And then I got with folks that actually would be in the trenches with me, would fight beside me, that would stand down and stand their ground against Antifa and BLM. And I don't give a rat's ass about how many there are. They're still on God's green earth, and they can bleed just like me. Yeah. When I was with Mac after they threatened to burn my town down in Cartersville, Georgia, he didn't think twice to come down there and back me up. We stood in the middle of them. Actually walking right beside them, making sure that the bricks that they had stacked up weren't going to be thrown through windows. It's not anecdotal. I got it on Facebook, on one of my third accounts that they took away, them bastards. Let me tell you guys something real quick. If it's not something, it's another. And if they have you focused here and there, you're never going to push forward to freedom. My voice is already gone. But with every ounce of me, every rally that I went to, where I shouted, freedom!
There you go. Right. Say it again, loud and proud. Say it again.
There
you go.
Damn right. When you truly shout freedom, and you really mean it, when you're ready to jump in the middle of the pit, when you're being shouted down, called racist, I wear that with a badge of honor. And I'm like, I couldn't even fathom it. And it's not the race card, because my mom's black and my dad's Mexican. We got a lot of American loving. It took that for me to get here. America has always been great. But there was a point where we let it slip. And that's where we're coming back from. Right now, we got the sorriest MFer in the dang White House that we have ever seen. Dang it. However you want to call this idiot's name.
Let's go, Brandon.
I've called him Pendejo Biden. I've called him other things in Spanish that, believe me, habaneros ain't even that hot. But like my proud Chinese uncle says, whose name is Fee Huck Yu, even though he's Chinese, as a proud American, he definitely can point to my uncle, Wong Hung Lo, and let you know that they must have came out of Louisiana because they've been saying from nonstop, come get you some. They never asked permission to come get some. They said, come get some. They didn't say at the Gadsden flag, please don't tread on me. They said, don't tread on me. Oh, they've been treading. They didn't say, please don't come and take them. They said, come on and take them. But you ain't got the brass pair. You can look at all the legislation.
They didn't come to my house. I live in Louisiana.
All it is toilet paper.
I live in New York and I work in
As to jurisprudence, any law unconstitutional is no law. Whether that's law, legality, statutes, or codes, they have no jurisdiction. They can't make anything mandatory that goes against constitutional law. They went against the Geneva Code, the Geneva Convention and the Nuremberg Code. Right in front of everybody's face. I told y'all it's going to be long, but I told you I'm going to baptize y'all. This is the revival of 1776. In the name of Jesus. I've been baptized. I gave my life to Christ in mud and water. In my campaign, my home church that they did not know nothing about, they had me give a nationwide interview at my home church where I got baptized, and they did not even know it. But I gave my testimony. My best friend that served in the military, in the Army, he's the one that baptized me out there. Cartersville, Georgia has fighters. Georgia has fighters. America has fighters. When we say that free people don't ask permission, those 13 that were behind those walls, that died for me, that died for each and every one of us, that sacrificed, that would have loved to come home and not in a casket. To me, that's part of those 13 stars in the Betty Ross. Part of the 50 stars that we have now, because America is great. And we have people in our midst. And we have people that have put their life on the line for America to continue to be great. We don't have to go to the moon again and do the impossible. What we have to do is unite and do the impossible as we the people. The message is of inclusion. And you can't get more simpler than we the people. Don't try to put anybody in a box. We already know you're human. For all those that are asserting their rights properly, we say we're members of mankind. We're not separating ourselves from God. Believe it or not, that's what human means. When Jesus Christ said, "Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven," that's our Christian mandate. To make our world, but it starts at home, better, beautiful, a kingdom, even a paradise. They built everything that we see right now as to scarcity. But did you know that we have actually people, good inventors, American inventors, that have showed us how not only to grow in abundance, but can also make power in abundance. Some of them have, been suicided. That's a hard pill to swallow sometimes when you think about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I told her, I said, you know what? When you see AOC, tell her that Green New Deal, I know you're going to give her hell, no problem. I know you're going to give her hell, Marjorie, no sweat. But let me tell you why her Green New Deal and what whoever's behind her is promoting it is BS. An amazing patriot. Whoo, boy. An amazing patriot back in '89 got his own patent so we the people could be energy independent, run our own cars off hydrogen. Believe it or not, you don't have to switch over your engine except into the fuel system. And you don't have to go electric. But he's not here no more. We've had electric cars since Nikola Tesla. But let me tell you, these are some interesting new thoughts, right? Oh, electric cars. Well, it's not new. Since the 1800s. The thing is that they want us in bondage as to the Green New Deal. They want to tax us even more. And that's what that is. The first thing that Biden did, shut down our independence as far as energy. And now look at us. You got Russian oil going crazy. But here we go. Free people don't ask permission for God-given inalienable rights. Did you know that they have a Corona? Actually, it's a Corona engine or motor, excuse me. That means that it actually pulls energy from the sky. And they've hidden that from us. But you can actually find it. So when they start threatening nuclear war, all right. When they start threatening EMP attacks, okay. I'm letting you know, the day that you do that, you are going into uncharted territory. You are backing up Americans into a corner where you're making them more ingenuitive, more inventive of how we're going to kick your ass. And that's what 1776 2.0 is. When you turn off the lights, we're turning them back on. When they tell us that we cannot do something, we're pushing forward and we're doing it. And we're not asking. When they're saying, oh, we're here to collect. You can collect these. Never mind. But, so, as Americans and free people not asking permission for God-given inalienable rights, I know that's almost an interesting slogan that's not taught, not preached, not even said at all. And this may be the first time you've heard it. But the fact of the matter is that it's time for us to start growing a pair. It's time for us to start standing our ground. It's time for us to start researching so we can handle ourselves accordingly. It's time for us to take back our private property. It is time for us to unite as God-blessed Americans.
Hell yeah.
Understanding that it was free blood that soaked our ground. That's why free American soil is so important. We are the generation that has everything to lose if we don't stand up and do what the hell we need to be doing. Yep. I wish the kids were here, more of them, because they need to hear this. All y'all, you need to know that us grown-ups and us adults, and I'm going to end with this. We love y'all dearly. And that's the reason why we fight. We love, believe it or not, unconditionally, because they're the hope for our next generation. The reason why I get so choked up is because I knew at some point that when my father came home from California, believe it or not, to visit, he got to see his son, the governor candidate, from Jackson Hartsfield Airport. When I knock on my mom's door, she knows that she gave birth to a governor's candidate, a success, a true American success story. That her efforts and my father's efforts were not in vain. That I did not become the next superstar gang member, but I became a proud American patriot. One that's a free American, proud American, who doesn't ask permission for God-given inalienable rights. Thank you from the bottom of the honey badger's heart. I'm very blessed to be here. My name's Jonathan Garcia. Let everybody know that you got their six, and that as children in Christ, from the bottom of your heart, you love them. Thank you.
All right, guys. Here's what's going to happen. A lot of things didn't go. A lot of things didn't exactly the way we thought that they would. They never do. That's why I always give a disclaimer, that in a venue, man, it's subject to change 1,000 times.
Here we go with the bike now. You
Yeah.
got one, but you don't need both of them.
I need two of them because you talk too much. No.
No, you need to because you talk too much and you're afraid of the batteries running out of that one.
Yeah, but I paid for it. I can do that. Anyway, that being said, so Vince is going to come up here and say a couple of words, and then we're going to start the music and later a little bit. Oh, did we do that backwards? You just. Well, no, that's. why I was supposed to. Anyway, over the talk over. Who's next? Okay, that's what I said. And then after that, we're going to start the music with Mr. Johnny Vasquez. We'll finally start the concert. So.
Okay, I got one song in between. Right here.
Well, if you ask me where I come from, here's what I tell everyone. I was born by God's dear grace in an extraordinary place where the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. It's a big old land with countless dreams. Happiness ain't out of reach. Hard work pays off the way it should. Yeah, I've seen enough to know that we've got it good. Where the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. There's a lady that stands in a harbor for what we believe. And there's a bell that still echoes the price they cost to be free. I pledge allegiance to this flag. And if that bothers you, well, that's too bad. But if you got pride and you're proud you do, hey, we could use some more like me and you. Where the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. Yes, there's a lady that stands in a harbor for what we believe. And there's a bell that still echoes the price they cost to be.
How you doing, everybody? A lot of you don't know me. My name's Vince Saban. You know me. Yeah, I'd like to start out by calling up a few people. Ray, come on up here. Mr. Trumpastic, come on up here. John Garcia, come on up here. Tommy, come on up here. Flute, get over here. Lady Maga, Soup Mama, come on up here. Denby, come on over here.
Johnny Vasquez, come on up.
Come on, where are you? I want you to take a look right here. Right here is crushing the narrative. Right there. Everybody together. Doesn't matter where you're from, man, woman, does not matter. This is unity. Unity is something we all need. You know, when I was in Hagerstown, one of the big sayings was, they work for us. And they do work for us. But how are we going to beat them? The only way we can beat them is unity. That is it. Our numbers are unity, and our numbers will make it so we can fire them.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Because they work for us.
Yep.
I want to thank you all for being here, because every one of you represent unity. Every one of you represents beating the narrative. And we do it all together. So thank you all for being here. Sit.
As a matter of fact,
That's it.
One of the things that we do is tradition. Have everybody come to stage and get a big group picture.
All right. We'll be glad to do that.
So, announce that, please.
All right. We're going to do a group picture here in a minute.
Everybody come in, please.
I want to get into a couple other things. You know, I say we got to, unity is going to beat them. Unity is going to fire them. Well, the only way we're going to do that is we're going to get to the polls. And we got to get these elections taken care of. We all got to stand together, get out and vote, watch the polls. We need people everywhere watching these drop boxes and pulling it all together. I was a member of another group, and that group is based on unity. That's what I started it for. Well, I've moved on for more unity. And this is it right here. Look at this. All you live streamers, all you people out there that couldn't make it, this is what it's about. We've got children. We've got women. We've got men. We've got all races, all creeds, all religions. Send them right here for unity. This is America. We are made up as a melting pot. We've always been called the melting pot. And unity's going to win it. And beating the narrative's going to win it. So, you know, we've had problems with our elections. You look at Wisconsin, 4.1 million voters in Wisconsin. They had over 7 million votes counted. How do you do that? Numbers don't match. New York State, 62 counties. Not one county did those numbers match, that the counties turned into the state, that the states turned into the feds. Numbers don't match. It don't work. There's people out there that are trying to decertify the election. They shouldn't have certified it in the first place. The numbers didn't match. These people here on stage with me, these are the people, you are the people that can make the numbers match. Get out in your areas, watch your drop boxes, get into the polls, watching the polls, register to vote, become a member of that poll. That's not mine.
Free phone.
That's all I wanted to say, and I wanted to show.
You're gonna get some cheeses. Everybody gonna do a cheese so everybody's smiling.
Was unity, everybody.
Hey, wait.
We represent it all. We are America.
Yeah, we are.
Freedom!
Everybody stay here for just a second. And as goofy as this might sound, I don't care. I don't care what people think. Everybody turn around and look this way. You get up here. Everybody look that way. Look at the cameras. All right. It does not matter your race or gender, your religious preference, if you're ma'am or mister. So please join with me in this fight for freedom, because this land was made for you and me.
Thank you all. I'll put it back to Randy so he can announce everybody. I want to appreciate you letting me talk and stand up with all the rest of the Americans.
Okay, where is all the kids? Right. Let's go ahead and get a picture with everybody. Everybody come up the stage. They want another. Oh, everybody that performed and participated on stage.
You sit right there.
Why they?
Sit right there in the front. Here we go.
Love you. I'll talk to you guys later.
Let me let me see your threes. Let me see your threes. Thank y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, the act y'all been waiting on, Mr. Johnny Vasquez.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just trying to get a little out of the sun. Got a fan on your legs.
While you're waiting on Johnny, by the way, there's some flags up at the stage, and I'm going to have some out. Miss Penny's been all over the country. She's going to be speaking later. She's a very profound speaker dealing with human trafficking issues and other things. She has a flag that she's carried everywhere that everybody signed. Appreciate it if y'all take a chance to sign that for her. And then I got a few that people that have pitched in that I promised I'd get signed by everybody just as a gift for all their help for this event.
Honey, you can sign it too. It's been all over the country with me.
I forgot my flag, man. Sorry. I'll sign it next.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all give it up for Mr. Vasquez.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. So I was told that there were going to be a lot of people that speak Spanish. I'm assuming all of you speak Spanish. So you'll understand all my songs, I guess. Poquito. We're really glad to be here. God bless America. Oops. Is that too loud? No. Do you all remember this song? Oh, yeah. You do?
Arriba, cielo. Para subir al cielo se necesita una escalera grande. Una escalera grande, otra chiquita, de arriba y arriba. Allá arriba, por ti seré, por ti seré, por ti seré.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, this next song, a friend of mine wrote it, and he actually included this song in his album. But when I heard it, I'm like, man, can I record that song? I really like it. He's like, yeah, man, go ahead. So the song is called Besándola, translated to Spanish would be Kissing Her. It's a romantic song. Well, with a rhythm.
Es una mujer de cuerpo despampanante, no se silicón para salir adelante. Todo lo que tiene lo ha ganado pensando que ama lo sencillo que la vida le ha dado. Ella es mi más lindo regalo. Y aunque vive al ritmo de la vida moderna, sabe cocinar, trabaja duro y es tierna. Casi nunca falta los domingos a misa, siempre está dispuesta a regalar su sonrisa. Ella es pequeña Mona Lisa y tiene en su andar un no sé qué que me enciende a morir. Lujuria y ternura en una mezcla de amor especial. Y yo pasaría la vida solamente besándola para ganar su corazón, tiernamente besándola. Como se acaricia una flor, suavemente besándola. Por aquí, por allá y por allá y por aquí. Besándola. No pasa la vida metida en el gimnasio, pero sí el alma cada noche bailando. No es supersticiosa ni le teme la vida, piensa que el horóscopo es una fantasía. Ella es la mujer a mi medida y tiene en su andar un no sé qué que me enciende a morir. Lujuria y ternura en una mezcla de amor especial. Y yo pasaría la vida solamente besándola para ganar su corazón, tiernamente besándola. Como se acaricia una flor, suavemente besándola. Por aquí, por allá y por aquí. Besándola. Y yo pasaría la vida solamente besándola para ganar su corazón, tiernamente besándola. Como se acaricia una flor, suavemente besándola. Por aquí, por allá y por allá.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. This is a classic Mexican song. I know you probably have not heard it, but there's always a first time, right? Tómate esta botella conmigo, y en el último trago me besas. Esperamos que no haya testigos, por si acaso te diera vergüenza. Si algún día sin querer tropezamos, no te agaches ni me hables de frente. Simplemente la mano nos damos y después que murmure la gente. Nada me han enseñado los años, siempre caigo en los mismos errores. Otra vez a brindar con extraños y a llorar con los mismos dolores. Tómate esta botella conmigo, y en el último trago me besas. Esperamos que no haya testigos, por si acaso te diera vergüenza. Tómate esta botella conmigo, y en el último trago nos vamos. There you go. Now this song is from a Spanish, from Spain, of course, songwriter and singer. It's called Everything for Nothing. Hoy, como mañana y como siempre, y de enero a diciembre, una cama blanca como la nieve, será nuestro refugio de 6 a 9. De 6 a 9. Tiempo de amor, amor a oscuras, que tan solo un cigarrillo de vez en cuando alumbra. Ese amor que vive en penumbra, que vive en penumbra. Thank you. Thank you. Who's next? Well, I'm gonna sing one more. This one you'll understand. Just, I'm sorry, Mike. This one you'll understand. So. And it's a privilege for me to sing this song. And you'll know it. Love me tender, love me sweet, never let me go. You have made my life complete, and I love you so. Love me tender, love me true, all my dreams fulfill. For my darling, I love you, and I always will. Love me tender, love me dear, tell me you are mine, and I'll be yours through the years, till the end of time. Love me tender, love me true, all my dreams fulfill. For my darling, I love you, and I always will. Love me tender, love me long, take me to your heart, for it's there that I belong, and will never part. Love me tender, love me true, all my dreams fulfill. For my darling, I love you, and I always will. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, let's stand all together for freedom. God bless you all. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. Y'all give it up for Johnny. Thank you. All right, guys. I want all the patriots that believe in these guys out here. I'd like to have y'all up a little bit closer to the stage. They got something they want to say to y'all.
Out of the mouth of babes.
Now you tell them loud because they need to hear what y'all got to say. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Wait.
That's all right. We can do it like this. So wait, all the patriots come back because they're going to ask y'all a question. And I believe y'all give them the right answer. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Will you fight for us?
Hell yeah! Can't talk now, I'm all choked up. Damn right we will. All right, guys. We got the governor candidate, or former governor candidate, Chris Carney. Mr. Chris, are you still here? Oh, Chris Hardy. Another Chris.
Miss Cordy!
Miss Curtis. Oh, I'm sorry, Curtis.
Where's he at? I'm going to yell at him. Go ahead and talk and I'll go.
All right. Well, that's one thing I can do. Ooh, man. Glad I seen that. All right, guys. After this, I kind of waited till the last. I'll try to make it sound good because the truth of it is I'm just unorganized today. But we have a very profound speaker who's dealt with some things that no parent or no human being ever wants to talk about. Human trafficking. She's been on the front lines with it, with Child Protective Services, which is the largest human trafficking organization in the world. Miss PC Penny Rudder. Some of the things are very sensitive and wow. About half the conversation I couldn't even hear no more. So after Mr. Curtis, she'll come up talk and then we'll start moving into the concert a little bit more. There's Mr. Curtis, y'all. Y'all give Mr. Curtis a warm round of applause. You want the cordless or?
There you go. You know what's working.
All right, how are you guys?
How are you?
Woo. All right, so first of all, it's a beautiful day, and I'm glad to be here with all the fellow felons. Who in here has their gun on them? All right, you are now a felon.
Welcome to my world.
So, this is why our ridiculous constitutional carry law is illegal. Does anybody know why we're felons now? Not because you're carrying a gun. Do you know why? Does anybody know? Seriously, does anybody know why? No. Because they had a school event right over there, which according to that ridiculous law, makes us all felons. Committing a felony. Did anybody know that? When they wrote the constitutional carry, it's not a true constitutional carry. It was a law to make people feel good, and I disagreed with it from the get-go because I thought it gave them the opportunity or another reason to get us in trouble, where you end up committing a crime without even knowing it. Because you can carry in a park according to the law unless there's a school event. Then it's a felony. And there's several other little exemptions like that can get us. Who in here? All right. So I like to be real. It's the only way I like to do this. So as running for governor, I've had numerous run-ins with the GOP. Everything from the corruption that they have all the way down to just the other side of their corruption. But who here, we are all here as patriots, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I got a question for you. Who in here wants to see change in the politics and in our state and in our country? All right. So, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. As fellow patriots, we are the people who need to step out and get more people involved, right? We need to get more people involved to get them to come to the rallies. But here's the important part. Coming to the rallies and being cheerleaders is great, right? But we need to see action. If we're going to fix this, and I talked to several of y'all out in the crowd, if we're going to fix this, we have to fix it at our level. We have to fix it by getting people involved, getting educated voters, right? Because when I started this campaign, I was like, how can we make change effectively? Yes, all this other stuff up here needs change, and I agree with you, it's all ridiculous, but we can't change the people unless we educate the voters, right? So my way, or the best way I come up with it, was I got to thinking, how can we get them involved? So throughout my campaign, I come up with what they call the $5 plan, right? And that $5 plan is more than just $5. It's a concept. And the concept to it is this. I grew up poor, and I wish my parents and my grandparents would have taught me the importance of knowing my elected officials. All right? So all you guys in here. All right, I'm going to pick on somebody. You. Ma'am. Yes. Who's your current senator? See? All right, next. Who's your state rep? That is incorrect. Lindsey Graham. All right. So, you see what I'm getting at? The point is, we are all here, but to make change, we have to be educated on the things, right? And I say we've got enough cheerleaders, because I watch people go to events all across the state. They'll go to Trump rallies, and then they'll go home and get on their TVs and do nothing. Right? We, as people, need to get re-involved in the politics that are going on. The reason I say that, back to the $5 plan. So growing up poor, each poor family, it's this important, should take $25, $30, whatever it comes out to be, depending on how many people are voting or running in the different things you have, and $5 for each candidate you like. All right? That would be $5 for the mayor, $5 for the sheriff, councilman, whatever senator, whoever else you're voting for that's going to be on that ballot, $5, right? The point to that is this. When people start to put their money forward, they're going to educate themselves on who they're actually voting for. So they're actually going to go, okay, well, I like him better because he believes in this and this and this. I want to give him my $5. I like this person over here because of this and this. I want to give them my $5. And this serves multiple purposes. One, if everybody who voted for Bill Lee in the last election would have donated $5, we would have smashed and annihilated their campaign budget with the people. Because we, the people, is the only way we can fix this. So that means we all have to step up. Because I can't remember the exact statistics, but it's about 95 to 98% of people don't contribute to any of their candidates that they want. I was one of those people. I was one of those people who just voted. Like, I thought it was... That's why if you pay attention to the candidates now, they don't ask you for your money. They ask, just vote for me. I've already got the money. The corporations, special interest groups, and lobbyists already paid me. I just need you to push a button. With the educated voters, all right, so now let's move on to, now you have people in office who are funded by the people, right? Throughout this whole campaign, a year and a half, I haven't taken one dime from any corporation or special interest group. I refuse to. I will only be funded by the people. And that's what every candidate should take. Because then when they get into office, who do they work for? The people. So now when the lobbyists walk in that they didn't take the money from, they don't care. The point to it is we can't fix anything and all these problems until we fix the people. The people as in we the people, and the people that we elect. Because we keep electing people that have been in office. We elect people that are independently wealthy or whatever they end up being. You guys out here are just as smart, if not smarter, than the politicians that wear those fancy suits. I promise. Or the clown suits, whatever you want to call them. Throughout the whole year and a half, I think I wore a suit once, maybe twice. I usually wear blue jeans and a dress jacket and everything else, but I'm not going to wear a whole suit. That's just not me. But there's no difference in who's out here than the people in those offices. I promise. If you spend any time with them, you'll get to understand that. When they're in office, we can now get the people to vote. Does anybody know? All right, who in here has been to the Capitol? Tennessee Capitol. Tennessee. 1, 2, couple. All right, who here has been inside the Tennessee Capitol?
Right here.
All right, couple. All right, good. Oh, who's been in your own Capitol? Woo! Thank y'all. There you go.
There you go. You changed the damn narrative again.
The point to it is the average person, honestly, and I was one of those people too, I never went into the Capitol probably until a couple of years before I started this campaign because I had to fight for my business. Outside of that, I never went there. I've never been inside those doors. The 2 years that I spent fighting for my business at the Capitol, I realized that I was literally one of the only civilians inside there. Everybody else was a lobbyist or a staff. I feel like I'm yelling in your ear. Am I yelling in your ear?
No, you're gold out there. You're gold out there.
Well, she was sitting right by the speaker.
That's her problem. Making sure she hears you.
Exactly.
Right.
So,
hearing on that side.
So while I was at the Capitol, I was literally one of the only people inside that was a civilian. And I started paying attention to lobbyists walk in and they hand your senator or they hand a state rep, they hand them a bill. Hey, would you carry this for us? Hey, would you sponsor this for us? Who out here has asked their state rep to carry a bill for them? Prime example is this, guys. If I'm no different than anybody here, we're all the same. All the politicians, they're just people. They're no different than you guys. Maybe corruption side of it, but maybe the corruption side, sure, but outside of that, they're all the same. And we, as people, have, even with Trump, who's a Trump supporter? Anybody? All right. I think Trump has done a ton of great things for the country. But I think there's one thing that he says that not many people have done. He tells you every day, he says, you have the power to do this. You have the power to do this. He's telling you to do it. I don't want people to see them looking at Trump as a martyr or a godsend or somebody who can do all these things. You know, somebody's going to come in here, and a savior who's going to come in here and save everybody if he got back in office. It's not going to happen without us. Is anybody? So the order of power, and the reason I think we are the most important people, is you have God up here. He's got the most power, right? Under God, you have the people. Then you have the states. Then you have the federal government. The federal government has the least amount of power. We don't act like that, though. We act like the federal law trumps everything. The Tennessee governor or district attorney, I don't know if the district attorney, I know the governor can. He can deny federal agents into the state. A sheriff can do it to his county. Because they are the head law enforcement agent of that agency, right? Or of that area. The state rules. And then we rule them. I think the problem is that so many of us are having a fight. The problem is I think so many of us, who in here has felt helpless at some point? Me too. Thinks we're just headed at like, what can I do? I'm a nobody. I'm just Bob up the street. I'm just a garbage man. I'm just this. I'm just that. You have just as much power as anybody else. Is anybody? So, who in? throughout this year and a half of this campaign, this is one thing I've done. I've tried to empower the people and show them the power they have. I went down to Hardin County, and the director of schools was causing the kids to stay on the bus for 5 hours in the afternoon. So you know what we did? We took out a warrant on the director of schools. The people. So I spent a lot of my time in the military and as a police officer, and I can tell you this. You guys have just as much power. There's only a small difference between a police officer and a citizen. They have blue lights, and they can write a city ticket. That's it. Very little power. If a police officer stops somebody and they're going to take them to jail for DUI, does anybody know what happens? Handcuff them, take them to jail. But when they get to jail, what do? They write a warrant. Right? Then it's signed, and the person goes to jail. You, as the people, have the same right to take out a warrant for a violation of state law. You just go to the Attorney General's office, or not the Attorney General. You go to the Sheriff's Department or the court and swear out a warrant for somebody it's private prosecution. So as a police officer, if something happens and it didn't happen in our presence, you have to take out the warrant, private prosecution. Is everybody aware of that? You know how that works? Y'all never heard that before? That's what was that?
The civil what?
Liberties Union.
So different states might have a different process, but you had the same rights. So if there's a law that's been violated, okay? If I come out there and hit you right now, right? What are you gonna do? Call the cops, right? All right, but you might not. You might shoot me with your people. No,
Look at you. Is that all you got? My turn.
Exactly. So most people are going to call the cops. Wait for the cops to get here. He hit me, whatever. Cop's going to take the report, and what's he going to say? He can't arrest me. Private prosecution. You had. He didn't say it. So throughout this whole campaign, I have been dealing with corruption, child sex trafficking, money laundering, and all kinds of other dirty things that people don't want to talk about. And they all come from our politicians. Those are the people that I'm investigating. I'm not investigating Bob down the street selling drugs. I'm investigating our Attorney General who's moving drugs into the county and not prosecuting people. That's what I care about. I want to, throughout this whole thing, and I'm going to continue to fight this, to empower the people and show you the rights that you actually have. A lot of people think that when they elect somebody that they are in office for 4 years, right? Right? Everybody's like, well, we'll elect somebody next time. There's a process. Our forefathers, thank God, they were so smart that they gave us an option and a way out. Well, tar and feather's a little bit different, you know. That's, but our forefathers actually gave us a lot of rights that a lot of people just don't know. Waterboarding? Waterboarding? Yes! I wish they would do that. That made things a lot easier back then. But no, seriously, a lot of people feel like their hands are tied. They don't have a voice. They don't have a power. And the thing is, you do. You just don't know it. Chattanooga. Anybody heard of Chattanooga? Nobody?
Yeah.
Yep. So Chattanooga had a problem with a judge out there who didn't want to follow the Constitution. That got corrected very quickly with the people. Does anybody know how we did that? We went and pulled their bond. Our forefathers gave us ways to fix the problem. It's people just don't know and understand the process. There's two ways you can get somebody out of office. If they violate their bond, they violate the law or their oath. If either one of those are violated, you as a citizen have the right. How we did it in Chattanooga was 19 people did it. Say that again. Use your big girl voice.
Told me that they did not have jurisdiction over that county in their own state.
The Supreme Court is in like district court. What district?
The Ohio State Supreme Court.
The 6th district. So to get to the Supreme Court, you have to follow the chain through the court. And I've seen a lot of people who go into court, and which is a huge problem. The court system's all jacked because somebody with money who's going to keep extended things will burn out somebody else without money. They do. But to answer your question, how do you do the bond? There's a website that has a lot of information. I have the bond paperwork, and you can get it from. You're gonna have sometimes you might run into a problem trying to get the bond. Some people, because the clerks might not think they have it. So we don't have that here.
Just start doing that. That's this one. Is it that one? There you go.
All right. There's a website that actually gives you step-by-step instructions. Everybody want to write this down? It's actually got a lot of good information on it. All right. It is freedom, FREEDOM -school.com. What was that? Yes, Constitution. So there's tons of information on there. There's stuff about bonds, how to pull bonds. So there's different processes of the bond. I know I'm kind of going off topic here, but there's a request. All right, so does everybody know that elected officials are required to be bonded, right? Every elected official is required to be bonded. And there's actually more people. Your county clerks and other people are also required to be bonded. I've been trying to step around it. No, they just got rid of that. The Supreme Court did. Taylor versus Rojos. Supreme Court ruled absolute immunity does no longer exist. With the bond, the process of the bond is you can request the bond before you have to file on the bond, right? Yeah, you can get those online. Depending on what state it is, yeah. Oh, again, you might have to get it at the county. The people, honestly, sometimes it's not they're being ignorant or they're not being mean. So, no, I'm talking about the people who work there. Sometimes they just don't know they have it because people don't normal ask for that stuff. So it's not always, I'm not defending them, but I'm just saying sometimes they really don't know that they actually have it. And you might have to go from office to office and back to get it. But they have it. Who's on the website right now? All right. It's a great site. The point is to all this, throughout my whole campaign, I want to do nothing more than empower the people. And I want to show people that as a governor, your job is not, yes, it is to run the state, but more importantly, I believe your job is to be the voice of the people and ensure that your offices do the will of the people. It's the way it's supposed to be. Problem is, the offices have been doing the will of the corporations. What I was saying is in Chattanooga, 2015, the city of Chattanooga had their own internet service provider. It was the fastest in the country and the cheapest because it wasn't throttled. What happened was Comcast came in and sued the city of Chattanooga. When they sued the city of Chattanooga, they also hired lobbyists. Those lobbyists went to the Capitol and created a law. The law got handed over to a senator and a rep. They chose to carry that bill. That bill went through multiple committees. And what pisses me off about it is all those people screwed, all those state elected officials screwed the people. That is the problem. You want to lower your health care? Educate the voters. That $5 plan, if you want to lower the health care cost, quit electing people that are funded by health care. You want to lower the internet cost? Quit. And people that don't know, in Tennessee at least, those things are semi-regulated by the state. And utilities are actually jurisdictional. Anybody know that? That's why in some places you only have Comcast as an option. In some places you might only have AT&T as an option. There's actually a map of who's in what area, regulated by the state. I have a problem with us giving money to all these corporations who are then charging us ridiculous amounts of money. Why are we giving Verizon all this money to update their system, or Google to update their system for fiber? Ain't that what we pay them the high price for? The point is, there's a lot of things that just get misinterpreted or misunderstood between there and here. Throughout the past couple years, I've learned the difference. And I didn't see all this stuff before. Yeah, you got a question? Why are you going to slap him in the back for? You never do anything for the back. Front. Front. No. But throughout this whole campaign, for a year and a half now, I have fought the ridiculousness of the party and the corruption within, and fought to empower the people. Because you want to change, make a difference, it's us that make the difference. The one thing, that's why they haven't educated us on any of these things. The schools don't teach it. They teach you how to add 10 plus 10 and on a whole sheet of paper. Which brings me to CRT. Who thinks CRT is great? Who thinks CRT is bad? All right. I yelled at I got in a discussion with a state rep in front of like 60 people, and he hated me afterwards. Because I asked him, I said, why did you waste your time and our money making a ridiculous CRT bill? Ridiculous. Like, why would you literally wasted time and money making this stupid CRT bill. Does anybody know why? Because it doesn't have any punishment. There is nothing they can do about it. It's a feel-good bill. Did y'all know that? You can go out here and run a stop sign, you're going to get a ticket, a fine, a fee. You go out here and drink and drive, you're going to go to jail. But you teach our kids and show them pornographic material, and you get nothing. The point is, they passed the feel-good bill because the people wanted a CRT bill. So they passed the CRT bill. But it has 0 fines or penalties. Anybody know that part? Those are the things they do behind the scenes that we, the people, we don't see. You know, you see, oh, they passed the CRT bill. So that's what you read and pass along. Oh, they passed the CRT bill. It's illegal to do this. It's illegal to do that. That's great. But what are you going to do if they do it? You know what his answer was? well, we'll take the money from that school. But I said, why are you going to punish the kids for a teacher's actions? Yes. Because our elected officials make laws with no punishments. Because they did it to make us feel good and shut up and get our crayons out in color. The point to it is, guys, I'm going to continue this fight. I'll do a brief kind of recap on what they did to me. But I ain't done with them, so that's the fun part. I had everything filed, doing all this stuff, you know, as you're supposed to do. You're required, in Tennessee at least, people are allowed to challenge you if they're bona fide Republicans, right? So you only have to have 2, which is fine with me. I don't really care. 2 people within the state can challenge you, right? And when you get challenged, you get sent to the SEC, which is the state executive committee. Yeah, executive committee. No, state election commission is different. That's the state level. This SEC is party level. So I don't even know if people know this. A lot of people don't. Does everybody know that you have a man and a woman SEC members in your county? You voted for them. You just voted for them. Those are the things that we don't know. Because most people don't, like I said, we don't know our officials. We're uneducated. We haven't educated ourselves. We just voted in August for our SEC members. Like I said, a man and a woman in the county. Those are the people who are for the Republican Party, right? So when they get challenged, it goes before them. And then they make the decision on whether you're bona fide or not, and then it goes from there. So what they did to me was I only had 1 challenge. Again, you had to have 2 to be removed. I only had 1. The problem is they counted 2 more after the deadline. And these were sent in via email, so it's very easy to see they were sent in after the deadline. So they went ahead and counted those, even though they shouldn't have. And they just so happened to be good friends with the GOP chairman, ironically. And after that, they give you an appeal process. So you have, like, I don't remember how many days it is to appeal, but let's just say it was on a Thursday, right? I had to have it turned in by Thursday. Well, I was out of town Monday and Tuesday because I was out in Dresden. They had a tornado, and I was out there helping with them clean up the damage and all that stuff from out there. So the GOP actually called me Monday and Tuesday, making sure I was going to turn in my paperwork. I turned it in, or I told them I was going to turn it in. Wednesday comes, and I told them Monday and Tuesday, I said, I'll be back Wednesday night. I'll make sure it's turned in Thursday morning, way before the deadline. And that's what I had. Well, guess what they did? They voted on Wednesday before the deadline to turn in my paperwork. So Scott Golden, which is a huge POS in my opinion, so Scott Golden, what he did, what he told the SEC that I didn't turn in any paperwork and that he didn't know anything about it, even though he in his office had talked to me both Monday and Tuesday. I tried to have the SEC fix it, tell them that they made an illegal vote because, one, they counted the stuff after it was turned in, the challenges, and 2, they voted before
the deadline to turn in my paperwork, which I don't know how you vote before a deadline. It's kind of the point of a deadline. And they didn't want to do nothing about it. The people we just elected didn't want to do what's right. And I told them everything about it, the whole situation. Showed them proof of everything. And they chose not to do the right thing. I sent them another email. This one was not so nice. Call them and tell them that they all lacked integrity. And that the people that they represent don't even know that they're doing the wrong thing. Still nothing. But that's all right, because there's always another option. So that's why I haven't quit. One, I'm not quitting because I know that option is coming up in the near future through forced action of the state. And two, because I really care about this, helping these families who've had these people murdered because of our corrupt judges and corrupt district attorneys, corrupt police officers, and so on. If y'all knew all the stuff that I do on a daily basis, it would make you sick. Having to deal with all the children that are trafficked, families who have had somebody murdered and covered up. Those days need to end. And the only way they can end is with us, the people. I look at it like this. It is our obligation, our duty, as the Constitution says, to stand up and do something, to take action. We don't need any more cheerleaders. We need people on the field. People taking action. When I go across the state, like I said, I spend most of my time trying to help these people who are getting pushed around by their governments, by their DAs, the corrupt. Oh, by the way, let me talk. Is anybody familiar with the 4 amendments that's going to be on the vote in November on the ballot? Is anybody familiar with that? 4 amendments in the Tennessee Constitution? Nobody? Well, guess what? Let's go over them real quick because they're highly important. All right, so there's 4 amendments that's going to be on the ballot in November. If you read them, they do not sound horrible, right? But you got to ask yourself, why are they changing it? Why are they changing the Constitution now? Or part of it. Now, sometimes they do make changes to it, and they can be good or they can be bad. But if you read these and you are uneducated, like the majority of people who don't know about the amendments that are going to be on the ballot, that's how we get screwed. That's how we make changes. We voted to make the changes to our own Constitution. Does that make sense? All right. So, Amendment 1. The question that they're asking is this. Shall Article 11 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by adding the following language as a new section? It is unlawful for any person, corporation, association, or the state, or its political subdivisions to deny or attempt to deny employment to any person by reason of the person's membership in, affiliation with, resignation from, or refusal to join or affiliate with any labor union or employee organization. You're all confused, right? All right. Basically what it's asking is, they're saying it's going to be illegal, it's unlawful for any person or corporation to deny somebody employment based on their affiliation or refusal to join any labor union or whatever. Right? It don't sound bad, does it? Like they're not forcing you to join this or that, right? Now, what's the flip side to it?
I was just going to say, hang on a second here. That don't sound right.
It sounds like they're going to not force us to have to join an organization to be a part of a company. Now, how could this go bad? Very quickly. Any suggestions? How about with now you have Democrats and liberals that are coming in to work at the GOP? Or now you have extremists who are now cannot be denied employment at a certain organization, even though they're completely against everything that organization's for. Does that make sense? Is anybody confused or having questions? I think it's sensible. It's one of those things where it allows people who have and I'm not against opposite opinions at all, but that could be the destruction of everything also. So that's up to y'all to vote on. The second one is about, I'll save this one for last. The third one, all right, I want y'all to pay attention to the words on this one. It's not very long, but I want you to pay attention to the words. So basically, I'm not going to read all that. It's talking about substituting section 33 with this. They want it to say slavery and involuntary servitude are forever prohibited. Nothing in this section shall prohibit an inmate from working when the inmate has been duly convicted of a crime. That don't sound bad, does it? Now let me read what it was before. Slavery and involuntary servitude are forever prohibited. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a person who has been duly convicted of a crime, are forever prohibited in this state. All right, that's the original. So I'm going to read it, the original again. Slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime who has been duly convicted of a crime, are forever prohibited in this state. Does anybody notice the difference? I'll tell you what it means. First of all, is anybody against inmates working? Sounds like a good idea, right? How about the fact that Core Civic is now trying to does anybody know what Core Civic is? Privatize prisons. Ma'am? Well, ironically enough, they're trying to create manufacturing plants so now they can have labor for free. No. Hey, I'm all for the punishment. But Core Civic is now going to make all the money. There's your problem. You got it, didn't you? Yes, but they don't. Nope. But that's why they changed. They want to change this. They want to change the verbiage just a little bit, and the uneducated people are going to see that and go, "This ain't bad. I like people working that are in jail," and then they're going to vote for it. And now Core Civic is making all this money. All right, this is the last one. They want to delete this section. This amendment would delete Article 9 of Section 1 of the Tennessee Constitution, which prohibits ministers of the gospel and priests of any denomination from holding a seat in either house or legislature. Does anybody know that right now it is illegal as a preacher? You cannot hold a position of Senate or representative, right? According to the Tennessee Constitution. So they want to delete that. What do y'all think? Anybody? Nobody wants to say that? What's y'all's opinion? Should, I mean, hey, I'm gonna read it again. All right. They want to delete this. And it says, they want to delete the part that says, prohibits ministers of the gospel and priests of any denomination from holding a seat in either the House or legislation. So basically, what it would mean is, right now it's illegal to be a priest or a minister, right? To be an elected rep or senator. This law would allow them to be a minister or a priest of any denomination, to now be in office. That one I'm up in the air about, and that's something that the people need to really think about on what they want. That one really needs to be thought in depth about. Honestly, I'm torn about it because I see both sides. And I don't know what their motive is behind that one. Yes, sir. And like I said, that is something that I want everybody to think about. Pass that on. Like I said, these are huge amendments that could potentially change a lot in the state of Tennessee. And they're going to be on the ballot. And that means that people are going to vote for them whether they know it or not. They're going to go there and push a button. There we go again with uneducated voters pushing buttons. Yes, sir.
You have to what? So you're saying you have to vote? I believe you're right.
And you might be right. I know an interesting statistic that there's a lot of people who just didn't vote for governor in August on the Republican ticket. All right. This is the last one, and there's some things in motion that I don't know if a lot of people know, that investigations that are going on, different people and things like that in Tennessee right now. And there was a law, there was a law that was passed in March, I can't remember if it was March 28th or April 28th. But that law, what it did was it allowed the Republican Party to replace a nomination if that person was removed for some reason, instead of having the people choose, right? That was a law that went into effect immediately, and the verbiage could be a little off on that, so don't quote me on exactly that part. But ultimately, it was allowing more power to the Republican Party. This is what it says. All right, they want to add this language. When the governor transmits to the Secretary of State, the Speaker of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives a written signed declaration that the governor is unable to discharge the power and duties of
of the office, the powers and duties of the office of governor shall be temporarily discharged to the Speaker of the Senate as acting governor. Or, if that office is unoccupied, then the Speaker of the House of Representatives as acting governor, until the governor transmits to the same officials a written signed declaration that the governor is able to discharge the powers and duties of his office. It's awfully weird to put in the Constitution in. Anybody think that's weird? Because you would think that, like, if the governor goes out, who's supposed to take his place? Lieutenant governor. Except for this. There's a reason why they put that in there. I'm going to read it one more time. Well, I'll paraphrase. Basically, if the governor, for some reason, says he's not fit to do his job for maybe being under investigation or whatever, or he becomes sickly ill or something along those lines, then it goes to Speaker of the Senate. Who's Speaker of the Senate? Jack Johnson. Does anybody know who he is? I want to figure out exactly what district. All right. Let's see, is that right? Let's see. I'm not going to waste time looking at that. So anyways, there's some things in motion right now, and I'm continuing to fight the corruption and the things that they're pushing forward, guys. I want to keep everybody informed. I want everybody to know your rights, your liberties, your freedoms, and maintain your pursuit of happiness. Because it is our duty to give it to the children. We have to give them. Right now, our elders, my grandparents, they knew who their state reps and senators were. They knew who their mayors were. My generation and younger, we don't. We don't. We're too distracted by this thing. And please, 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 we have to teach people that they have to educate themselves. When we can get good people in office, we can then make a difference. But the only way we can make a difference is with the people. So, by the way, if anybody's got any corruption, laundering stuff, trafficking information, reach out. I'll tell you this real quick and I'll be done. So, along my pursuit of all this corruption I'm going to make everything public. So as a police officer being in the military, the way we normally do things is this. You do it behind the scenes, right? You do investigations behind the scenes. Then you end up taking out a warrant, search warrant, doing a presentment or indictment, and then coming and picking up the people, right? Do it all behind the scenes. That will not work with our judicial system right now. It will get thrown out. I literally watch this every day. The only way we can fix it is, in my opinion, to do an open source investigation where the people are given all the information. It is then up to y'all, because Miss Lisa down the street might have the missing piece and not know who to tell. Miss Bob over here, or Bob over here, might be Miss Bob, over here might be sitting on stuff
but she don't want to report it, so now she can report it anonymously because it fits into the big puzzle. Educate the people and we'll help stop the crimes, because then we'll know we'll put their moves out there. Everything's going on. We have to bring these people down. The judicial system is not going to do it. So we gotta do a different one. But anyways, thank you guys. Sorry if I bored you, but more than anything, please educate your people.
Hold that line. Now we got Mr. Spurgeon back up here for a couple songs. Then we're gonna get Miss Penny up here after that.
This song is called Other Brother. Brother. What have we come to? How could we be so cruel that we're afraid of one another? When will the day come when my fellow man is? When will you be my brother? Am I so blind that I can't see the children's lives blowing out like candles right in front of me? Lord, give me the strength I need and help me hold on tight so that they might see the light. Other brother, what did our big brother say to do? Follow the golden rule. Love the way you know you ought to. That's when you'll find someone you don't expect loving you. You might have seen me walking down your street. I was really tired and the weather was bad outside. Now I could be the nicest guy that you would ever meet, but you won't offer me a ride. I'm your other brother. What did our big brother say to do? Follow the golden rule. Love the way you know you ought to. That's when you'll find someone you don't expect. Doesn't matter who you are, I believe in who you're dreaming you can be. Now you can depend on me. Doesn't matter where you roam, I'll never let you be alone. I'll always be your other brother. So when I move into your neighborhood, don't get suspicious thinking that I'm up to no good. Come on over, ring my bell, and tell me your name now. You might find we're both just the same. Other brother, what did our big brother say to do? Follow the golden rule. Love the way you know you ought to. That's when you'll find someone you don't expect. That's when you're gonna find someone you don't expect. That's when you'll find someone you don't expect loving you. I'm
This next song is an original song as well. I got all original music for you today, guys, so hope it really does something to move your spirit. This is called One of a Kind. We all been created by God for a special purpose. We all have a road that, we don't even have to walk it and even do it on our own. He'll take us right along with it. So I was praying one day, and I guess this song has two parts to it. The first part is me speaking to God and saying, hey, God, I give up. It's all yours. And the second part is what he says to me to encourage me down that road. It's called One of a Kind. I know that we're gonna make it through, 'cause it's already finished. Now the only thing I've got to do is be still while I'm in it. I must be strong, keep moving on, 'cause this is not where I belong. So I'll be true and follow you all the way home. Come along and run this race with me. You just have to begin it. Before too long, I know you're gonna see everyone can win it. And if you fall, I'm gonna be right there. You'll never be alone. So stand up tall and let your heart lead you all the way home. Time to let it go. You have been set free. You're free. There's a place that's been prepared for you. Can't you see it? Look right there, it's right in front of you. You just have to believe it. Oh, can you see? You were made for this moment in time. So stand and be. Because you're one of a kind. You're one of a kind, yes. Time to let your fears go. You are free. You're free. You're free. Spread your wings, child, and fly. You're one of a kind. Thank you, brother. Let me do one. I'll do one more. One more. Do one more.
And that one more, and then we'll get ready. My wife said it's
Which, Thank You For You? That one? Oh, yeah. Okay. This song is called Thank You For You. I wrote this song one day when I came home from work having one of the worst days in my life. I mean, my house was in foreclosure. We owed $21,000. It was back during the foreclosure crisis. And we did save the house, by the way, so we still have it. But I came in the house one day. I was just so depressed. And my little girl, my daughters at the time, my two oldest, like 29 and 26 right now, they were like 5 and 3. And they met me at the door, and they were just so happy to see me. They hugged me. It was like I forgot about everything that was going on. And that night I went out into the garage, and I just started praying and crying about my own personal situation. God, help me with this, help me with that. And it was almost like I heard this voice from heaven that said, Steve, stop. Don't you know that I know what you need? And I'm going to supply those needs for you, just like you supply the needs for your kids, and they don't worry about it. But what I want is some of that kind of love they gave you when you came in the door, that I'm your daddy love. Just thank me just because it's me, you know? So this song came out of that spirit. It's called Thank You For You. I will sing your praise each and every day. You are the reason I breathe. It's only by your grace that I live in this place. Provider of all of my needs. So I want to thank you for the sun and the moon and the rain and the stars in the sky. But mostly I thank you for you. You keep coming through for me again and again and again. Thank you for the good times, even for the bad. I know you'll help me to make it through. You're such a wonderful dad. So I want to thank you for the sun and the moon and the rain and the stars in the sky. But mostly I thank you for you. Only you are worthy of all glory and praise. I will forever praise you, O ancient of days. So let the light of your love shine so brightly that the whole world will see that you're living in me. So I'm gonna sing your praise each and every day. You are the reason that I breathe. It's only by your grace that I live in this place. Provider of all of my needs. So I want to thank you for the sun and the moon and the rain and the stars in the sky. But but mostly high. Thank you for you. I'm Steve Spurgeon. Thank you.
Y'all give it up for Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Hey, Patty, are you ready? Hey, lady. Steve done told you. Come on, sing. The floor is yours.
Well, hello, everybody. I am not going to make this very long. As Randy said, I've been all over the country. I've helped authorities several times recover sex trafficked kids, runaways that don't know what they're getting into, where they've been. And I've got a very small story to tell you, but the ending is what you're going to want to hear. There was a congressional candidate running in Virginia. And this man was very open about his minor attraction to kids. So everybody has known of a small kid, a family with a small kid, 9, 10, 11 years old. And a long time ago, I got into this kind of solo, rogue thing about taking on, trying to help to recover sex trafficked kids. And when I did this, I had no idea what I was in for. So I managed to come across some things that didn't register real well with me, and I kept digging and digging and digging. And I got into what was a pedophile safe haven site. And I guess I'll start out with saying there's 330-some million people in America. And there were 70 million on this site. There were 70 million members in a pedophile site. Okay, so that puts us down to, that's 1/4 of the people in America. Now, let's step back a little bit. 258 million are adults. That puts us to being 1/3 was in that site. 69 million members was in a pedophile site. And I infiltrated it as a little girl. Now, of course, y'all know it was a pedophile site, right? I had all kinds of guys doing things, sending. And first sex story I can tell you is there was a man that was willing to come from New York to take me back to New York with him to go to a hotel so 4 of his buddies could teach me what men liked. I was a 9-year-old girl in this site. I was just curious. My brother's friend turned me on to it. Well then, I was being groomed by many of them. One of them I found happened to be the creator of the site. He was the man who came up with this. He was the man that was running for the congressional seat in Virginia. 7 weeks after I turned over my information, they caught him going from California to Virginia with a 12-year-old girl. He is now facing life in prison, and I'm extremely proud of that. I'm very proud of that. If any of you happen to know who it was, I'm not afraid. I don't worry about it. I don't even care. It was Nathan Larson. Hold on. Oh. Well, it was Nathan Larson in Virginia. He is now facing life in prison. From that site, they have gotten multiple victims here in America. They have gotten multiple victims in other countries. And they have also found multiple pedophiles. Me, myself, personally, I gotta tell you, it's really, really hard when you do that type of stuff. You don't have the stomach for it. You don't want to do it. You sit and you cry. You tear up at what's happening. I'm sorry if I get choked up, but you cry and you think about what's happening to our kids. At the same time I was doing that, I was involved in an investigation in Texas where I had called a friend in Texas and said, listen, I need somebody to contact. This person helped me contact the right people. And that very night that I was talking to the people to turn my information over about what I had found in this pedophile site, they caught a woman and her boyfriend selling her 3-year-old girl to 6 men for one night. I'm very proud of that too. They got that girl. They got her out of that mess. They got 4 of the men. They got the mother and the boyfriend. I'm not alone. And our kids aren't either. There is multiple people throughout this country that I go to, that I turn to, that I say, listen, I need some help. And I'm not talking about FBI. I'm not talking about the cops. I'm not talking about congressmen. I'm not talking about anybody in any big area. I'm talking about regular, everyday, common American citizens. I could call one person in at least 39 states, different states, right now, and tell them, hey, I've got a case in your state. I need some help. There are people all over that do this. I'm not the only one who helped get Nathan Larson. Somebody sent me a link, and it was this young girl that said that he was as sick as he was. She put out a video. I followed the video. Then I followed another link that another girlfriend sent me. It pulled into all of it, actually added in together. What I want people to focus on is there's not that many people here right now. But everywhere you go, if you stop and you think about those numbers that I just gave you, 70 million, 69 million members on a pedophile safe haven site, grooming kids and talking about their sick fantasies of what they're going to do with kids, telling what they've done to kids. 69 million members, 330 million people in America, and 258 million of them are adults. So that means everywhere you go, when you look at 1 of 3 people, there's going to be a pedophile somewhere, if you think of it that way. When you look at the things that are going on at the border, trafficking, I'm just going to tell you, you can't ever exclude your teachers. You can't exclude your doctors. You can't exclude children's services. You can't exclude cops. You can't exclude our candidates, our office holders. You can't exclude, you literally can't exclude anyone from being a possibility of being a part of this. There's runaway kids. There was a case I had that was in Georgia. She had come from Georgia from her grandmother's. She came up here to live with her dad in Ohio. She ran off from her dad's. Now her dad, I talked to her dad. I called him. He said she cut her hair. She colored her hair. She was 13 years old. She was talking to a 16-year-old girl in Alabama. So I got on the phone, got this number from this number that her dad had on the phone. Found out that that 16-year-old was recruiting for a man and a woman that was selling kids. That's where she ran away to. Alabama did a good job. They caught her. They caught them. I haven't done a whole lot, but it doesn't take a whole lot. I've gotten 7 kids, or assisted, let me say that, assisted, because it hasn't been all me. I've assisted in having 7 kids recovered from sex traffickers. And I've gotten 13 traffickers off the street. There's so many more. Right here in my hand now, I can show you all. I just showed Jonathan. I'm a busy person. I've got a list compiled of 65 pedophile sites. And connected to those 65 pedophile sites is probably hundreds more. The same man that's facing life in prison, they not only shut down that pedophile site, but they found out that he had 27 others. Think about it. 27 pedophile sites with 70 million members? Our kids have no idea what's out there, but we do. They were entrusted to us by God.
That's right.
That's not just our responsibility, that's a privilege, that's an honor to protect them. And it's not that difficult. You can go to Target any day of the week. I can show you the picture. You can go to Target any day of the week, pick up a blue backpack. It's for a little girl. And it's got 2 naked people on it. Little stick figures. It's got breasts and genitalia holding hands. Then it's got, I want more fun. I want more flowers. I want more songs. I want more playing. And up at the very top in little tiny letters, and all that going around this nice square to attract the kids with a nice pretty little heart in it, says, I want more sex. A book bag for a child. You can't imagine some of the things that I've seen, that I've heard, and even more importantly, some of the things that the parents and the people that know these kids have not seen and have not heard. You got to pay attention to your kids. You got to pay attention to other kids. You got to pay attention to people around you. You don't want to be an extremist, but you can't afford not to be when it comes to your children.
Damn right.
I'm kind of riding on coattails here. That man that was just up here speaking, he was talking about people all over the country, in their own backyards, you know, people in different states. And yes, I do work with people in different states. I've worked with authorities in different states. I don't really care what kind of sacrifice comes with that if I can get one kid out of their clutches. Joey mentioned how Oregon is so horrific with the violence, and the West Coast, California and whatnot. I'm here to tell you it's in every state. It's in every city. And I guarantee you that if you was to go home and take that nice little phone that we all look up things on and find your local law enforcement, you would find a pedophile within 3 miles of your home, or your sister's home, or your brother's home, or your friend's home, somebody that has kids. You would probably find that there is about 15 of them. I live in a city, a very small city, that is about 2 miles wide and about 1.5 miles, 2 miles long. There are 43 in my town. You can't take that back when that's been done to your kids. You can't protect them anymore. You can't stop it once their innocence has been stolen. When their innocence is stolen, they can't recover from that. They no longer get to be a child anymore. And I really want people to open their eyes to the fact that you can make a big difference. I don't care who you piss off. I don't care who you make mad. I don't care who you have to fight with. I don't care who calls you crazy. The children have nobody else but us. If they haven't got us, they haven't got anything. Like I said, I wasn't going to make it long. I wanted to be brief. But I wanted you all to gather that that was 2 years ago. I can't get over it. I've been doing this for 5 years, and I can't get over the fact that 1/4 of our country's population was on that site as members, and 1/3 of our country's population of adults was on that site. So let's say that was 2 years ago. What about the people that weren't on that site? That was 16 years old. Where are they now? They're adults. What about the ones who, make your little kids or your friends' kids or your nieces and nephews, grandkids, whatever, make them curious? Well, let me tell you another little tidbit about this social media pedophile safe haven site that I was on. Does everybody know what anime is? Every single profile on that site was anime. Kid friendly. Looks like something great. Looks like something fun. Looks like a cartoon character. And these 6 sons of bitches was in my inbox. I had 37 men in my inbox within 9 minutes of being on that site as a 9-year-old girl. That was just me. That's not the rest of the kids that might have been experimenting with that site. That's not the rest of the kids that might have found that site. And as I said, there was 27 others that went along with it. 27 more pedophile sites. And I've got 65 in my hand. I can't tell you that you can stop everything, but I can tell you that you can protect multiple children with just one action. My one action was, and I'm not, God, my mom's going to hate me for this, but my one action was, a girlfriend of mine told me to try phone sex to make extra money. My first week being a phone sex operator, I got 3 pedophiles caught. These men that called these lines, there were people that called the line and talked about divorces and talked about their marriages, and they didn't all want phone sex. But the people that called and talked about kids, when you hear a kid in the background, you call the state trooper and you go against protocol of that business and that company, and you take their personal phone number and you tell them that we can take this offline. That's how you get them caught. I'm not asking all y'all to become phone sex operators. I'm not. I'm just telling you. I didn't plan it. I didn't plan it. But helping with a runaway kid that doesn't know that they're walking right into the clutches of a recruiter and somebody that is going to ultimately do them damage, real damage, because daddy told them they couldn't have spaghetti for dinner. It's not acceptable. I appreciate your all's time. And please understand that when you know somebody, or you know something, or you think you know something, I'm not a firm believer of nib-nosing. When it comes to kids, I don't care how much you do it, because it matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Penny. Steve's gonna sing a couple more songs here. Hello, everybody. It's been a beautiful day. If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. If the mountains crumble to the sea, to be you and me. Little drops of rain, which run through the pain, and still these days tomorrow. There's the poet strong, so there ain't no more, and together we will fly away tomorrow. And na. Inspiration's what you are to me. Inspiration. So today I love you fly, your hand in mine, we walk a mile. Here's to you, it will be done. You to me are the only one. Na. Happiness is what you are to me. Happiness. I sang this one early. I don't know if everybody heard it or if they was here earlier. A long time ago, I can still remember how the music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance, I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. Well, I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride. Or something touched me deep inside the day the music died. So bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, saying this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. Did you write the book of love? And do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells me so, well, do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mama's soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? Well, I know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. You both kicked off your shoes, and I picked on you to remember. Ooh, I was lonely, teenage rock and buck, with a big carnation and a pickup truck. But I knew how that I loved you the day the music died. And we were singing bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove a Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. Now for 10 years we've been on our home. The moss road had on the Rolling Stone. That's not how it used to be. But when the jester sang for the king and queen, and the coat was borrowed from James Dean, and the words that came from you and me. And while the king was looking down, the jester stole his thorny crown. The courtroom was adjourned. He turned and wound and read a book on Mark. Take practice in the park, and we sang blues in the dark. Hey, the music died, and we were singing bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove a Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys are drinking whiskey and rye, thinking this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. The helter skelter in a summer sweater, the birds flew off with the fallout shelter, 8 miles high and falling down. Fire up on the grass, the flavors trying for a paper pass, just at the halftime there was sweet perfume while Sergeant played a marching tune. But we all got up to dance. Well, the players tried to take the field. The marching band refused to yield. And do you recall what was revealed today? The music died. And we were singing bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove a Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. We were all in one place, a generation lost in space. New time never started in. Come on, Jack, be nimble, Jack, quick. Jack Bash sit on the candlestick tall. Harry Gibbles on the grin. And as I watched him on the stage, my hands were clenched in fist of rage. No age born in hell. Drink that Satan's spell. Well, with the blank flying high to the light, like that sacrificial rite I saw Satan laughing with the light. Today, the music died, and he was singing bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove a Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. asked her for some happy news, but she just smiled and turned away. I went down to the sacred store where I heard the music years before, but the man there said the music wouldn't play. In the street the children weep, the mothers cry and the poets dream. Not a word was spoken, the church bells were horribly broken, and the three men I admire the most, Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. They caught the last train for the coast today. The music died. So bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Rode my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys are drinking whiskey and wine, singing, this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. So bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Rode my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys are drinking whiskey and wine, singing, this will be the day that I die. Just yesterday morning, you let me know you were gone. Suzanne's plans ain't made, put an end to you. Walked out this morning and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I seen fire and icy rain, and I've seen sunny days and I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you again. I want you to look down upon me, Jesus. You gotta help me, man, you said. Just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. I won't make it any other way. I seen fire and icy rain, and I seen sunny days and I thought would never end. I seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you again. Well, my mind a lazy time, my back turned toward the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. There's hours of time on the telephone line, talking about things to come. Sweet dreams and finding sheets and pieces on the ground. I seen fire and icy rain, and I seen sunny days and I thought never end. I seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you, baby, one more time again. See you one more time again. There's these that's come my way this time around. I wanna see you, fire and rain down.
Yes, sir.
There you go. All right.
Oh, you're gonna do another one? Okay, you gotta. If you want to do an encore.
Come on.
Play that back. Hey, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I heard you going off about that one a little bit.
Hang on.
Yeah, it's like,
That would not be good. It would not be good. Sorry.
I caught it.
There's a song in my heart, and the chance to be yours forever. I couldn't feel more secure. You know I couldn't feel any better. Oh Lord, heaven knows how much I love you and how much it shows. Oh Lord, heaven knows. Living without you, trying to make it alone. Hold on, got basted up. Sorry.
Thank you, Steve. Now we go to Soup Mama.
It's all right. I fed them all. Now their stomachs are too full to even say anything. That's all.
I bet you'd give him beer to wake up again. You just woke him up.
So good evening, everybody. I wanted to say a big thank you to everybody that came out today. It's really important that we all get out and show unity with one another. And this is a great place to do it and a great bunch of people to do it with. And I just wanted to say thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for supporting. And thanks for all the helping hands today. It's much appreciated. And by the way, before y'all take off, I'm going to need some extra helping hands taking down the kitchen tonight too. Thank you very much.
Hey, stand back a little bit. You can be in front. You want to see
Oh, yeah. Okay, here, let me stand here. Ta-da! All right. Yeah, now I'm seeing like all kinds of colors. It's great.
What are you smoking?
Getting nothing right now. Anyway, guys, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Soup Mama. And I got my start at the Hagerstown Speedway with the People's Convoy when they came across the country and went down to Washington, D.C. I started cooking there for the Patriots, and even though they left for California, oh, this is fun. Even though they left for California, I stayed behind and continued to cook for the freedom fighters in the D.C. area. Now, once the D.C. area was no longer occupied for the most part, the freedom fighters are going all over the place. So does the kitchen. We have made it our mission to take the kitchen and feed patriots all over the United States for all of these great rallies, all of these freedom fighters out there. Our goal is simple. It's unity. Our goal is very, very simple. It's come sit down at our table and let's have a discussion. None of us at the kitchen care what color, what race, what age you are. We don't care what political party you belong to. We don't care about any of those things, how much is in your bank account, what state you live in. We just want you to come sit down at our table and get to know us. Say hello. Let's have a discussion.
Hello.
Hello. I love it. Eric's great. But like I said, the point of the kitchen is unity, just like the point of today is unity. We need to be united worldwide, folks. We are part of a worldwide movement. I don't know how many of you realize that there are like 38 other countries that some of these groups are in constant contact with. And we are working across international borders right now for human rights all across the world. It is super, super important that every single one of us stands together. Every person counts. Every voice counts. We don't have to agree on everything out there.
That's been proven here today. We don't need labels. Labels only suit to divide. They do nothing but divide. You're human, I'm human. That's all you need to know. That's all we need to know about each other. We're human. We're community members. We're family members. We're all members of the human race. And that is important. So when we stand united, we stand stronger. We stand stronger together. And if we don't stand together, our lines are broken. And that's when the enemies can get through. That's when these legislators push through these crazy bills and mandates and all of these other things, all of this constitutional overreach. They come through the cracks. It's time for everybody to stand up. If you want to make a difference, stand up. Come out to an event. Go register to be a poll worker. Make sure you're registered to vote. For the love of Christmas, vote. I know that our election system isn't perfect. That's why I said become a poll worker. Sign up to volunteer. Get out in your local communities. Get to know your next door neighbors. Get to know the people around you. Start going to your school board meetings. Start going to your township meetings. I keep telling people this over and over again. You would be surprised if you go to one of your township meetings how few people are there. Show up. You'll scare them. They won't know why you're there. All you have to do is say, I'm here to listen. Find out what's going on in your community. Find out what's going on in your schools. Ask your kids every day what's going on in the school, if you send them there yet. If you don't want them there are other options. Seek them out. There are a lot of great groups out there that will help you get set up for your child to go to a charter school or a virtual program or even homeschooling. There is help out there. But we all need to stand together to tell them enough is enough. And if we don't stand together, we're going to lose our country. We are going to lose the very freedoms that this country was founded upon. We should be celebrating today, celebrating our right to disagree with one another, because that's how we get things done. Once we start opening up that discussion is when we can start making real change. And I invite every single one of you to come to our table at the Soup Mama Kitchen. Come visit me. Come say hi. Let's sit down. Let's talk. Let's have that discussion. And I guarantee you, one discussion at a time, one outreach at a time, one talk to your neighbor at a time, we will build our communities and our nation back stronger than ever. And we'll be able to tell them enough is enough, no more. And we can show them that we, the people, are truly who they work for. Thank you very much, guys, for the opportunity to be here tonight. I hope to see you all in the kitchen soon. Take care and God bless.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Miss Soup Mama. Now, we got the Patriots Lab with good old Ray Ray.
Lab, where we ain't even trying to make them liberals mad. This freedom of speech is what us individuals have. It's a gift when we gab, talking about things that the brainwash cannot mentally grasp, like staying loud and waving our American flags. This is for the free thinkers, wearing their Maga and wearing the cags. Draining the swamp is the ultimate goal, but the sheep will swear it's a fad, like it's just a phrase. But when we show them the facts, the fools got nothing to say. And deep government state wanna get up in our face, but hasn't done it yet because Trump's in the way, trying to protect us from the jokes of fate. And because of that, we'll never lose our faith, plus God keeping us cool and safe. But I still hope we get 4 more years so we can throw a huge parade. I can see it now, Patriots on a float, and POTUS will go down in history as one of the goats for making the swamp pay for taking every one of his votes. His enemies are the cancer, whether or not Trump give him the smoke. Now relax it back and take notes as we kick facts with the homie Ray though. Speak your mind in the Patriots Lab, it's freedom time. in the Patriots lab, where we ain't even trying to, we make them liberals mad. I said speak your mind in the Patriots lab, it's freedom time in the Patriots lab, where we not even trying to, we make them liberals mad. I said, speak your mind in the Patriots lab, it's freedom time in the Patriots lab, where we not even trying to, we make them liberals mad. Speak your mind, it's freedom time. Without even trying to, we make them liberals mad.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Good evening, people, patriots, whoever you consider yourself to be. I don't know where you've been all day, but from this point on, you are now inside the Patriots Lab. So, welcome. It's a pleasure to be here at, where we at? Trey Park in Hartsville, Tennessee. And, man, y'all know me. I keep it actual and factual. It looks like the flip is going to be on the script tonight, however you want to say it. Wow. It's a privilege to be here. I had an opportunity to listen to a lot of great speakers that spoke today, and kudos. Hats off to them. But I think it's bigger than just making people aware of what's going on. I really honestly truly believe that everybody is aware of what's going on, from the Russia collusion to impeachment 1 to impeachment 2 to the Steele dossier to everything else that's going on. Thank you. Everybody knows the difference between wrong and right, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. We were raised, we were taught that way. Now it's at the point, it's all about who has the courage now to stand up and speak truth to power. Who has the courage? History would say, not many. You go back to the movie 300. You go back to the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, 3%. 3% of the men fought in the battles for a nation. We thought we could expect differently this time. But we also taught, if we don't learn from history, what does it do? It repeats itself. So, I hear a lot of people talking about we have to go up, we have to go out, and we have to wake people up and make them aware of what's going on. People know what's going on. They see the gas prices. They see the open borders. They see the fentanyl that's coming across the border. They see everything in plain sight. I do not care what the mainstream media is pushing. The mainstream media every day is pushing racism this, racism that, racism this, racism that. If y'all had to be honest with yourselves, how many people actually walk out your door on a daily basis and witness what the mainstream media is portraying? I could honestly probably say 5%. The average, and maybe even less than that, the average man don't walk out his house and experience racism, but you leave it up to the mainstream media. Racism is alive and kicking every day. Now, don't get me wrong. Racism does exist, but not to the level that they're portraying it off to be. Oh, wait, nobody want to go outside their house. Courage. Is that job that important? Courage. Is that family member that important?
courage? Is that spouse that important? Courage. Are your kids that important? Will you surrender to what you know to be unjust and not right just to appease someone else? I know I won't. And I know if you ask the average person, they'll honestly say they won't. But if you look at the state that we're in today, this park should be full. This park should be full. I bet you if I had a bunch of bouncy houses and some clowns and some rides and some popcorn and some cotton candy and some merry-go-rounds and some stuffed animals, this place would be packed. But when it comes to one of the most important things that we have, which is our freedom, obviously that's something that a lot of people really take for granted. What's it gonna take? What's it gonna take? I'm talking to you out there in Patriot Nation. I'm talking to you out here who can hear me throughout the distances. What's it gonna take? A lot of people really believe that because it's not directly affecting them, it doesn't affect them. Which is totally, totally false. It's like, you know that old saying, you bury a boiling frog in a pot and he don't know he's dead until he's dead. It's a simmer that they bring. It's a simmer that they bring. So, the only thing I can say is, I'm not the only one. You're 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 not by yourself. We're in this together because I know you love your country. So I want y'all to just sit back. You know how your boy do. If you don't know, now you know. If you've been following me on my channel, and if you haven't, do me a favor, take out your phone now, go to In the Patriots Lab, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, MeWe, Twitch, Twitter, like, share, subscribe, ring that bell so you can get them instant notifications. And AJ, you get that track for me? This is a track I love, and I hope it means much to you as it means to me.
Am I the only one here tonight? Shaking my head and thinking something ain't right. Is it just me? Am I losing my mind? Am I standing on the edge of the end of time? Am I the only one? Tell me I'm not. Who thinks of taking all the good we got and turning it back? Hell, I'll be damned. I think I'm turning into my old man. Am I the only one willing to bleed? Take a bullet for being free. Screaming, what the hell am I TV for telling me? Yeah, you're telling me that I'm the only one willing to fight for my love, the red and white and the blue, burning on the ground. Another statue coming down in a town near you, watching the threads of old glory come undone. Am I the only one not brainwashed, making my way through the land of the Springsteen song. Am I the only one sitting here, still holding on, holding back my tears for the ones who paid with the lives they gave? God bless the USA. I'm not the only one willing to fight for my love, the red and white and the blue. Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. I'm not the only one. I can't be the only
I know I'm not the only one. I see them every day all across these great lands. Whether they're waving their flags on the overpasses, or whether they taking their hard-earned money, filling up their gas tanks, and honking through neighborhoods. But it's going to take more than 3% this time. It's going to take more than 3% this time. Now, everybody's not like me. Like I said before, I'm past the stage where it's about educating people. With me, it ain't about educating people no more. Now it's all about looking them in their eye and just asking them a simple question. Do you have the courage? Do you have the courage? Are you okay with having to decide if you gotta fill up your gas tank to make it to work? Or if your kids can play soccer, if you can get them to soccer, or if you can afford to fill up your pantries now. People, patriots, whoever you consider yourself to be, it is way past the point of educating yourself. Not saying this, you gotta educate yourself so you know what's going on. But educating yourself with this policy and that policy has nothing to do when you see evil and just plain devilishment being done. You can go educate yourself later. You got a kid. Your kid keep coming home from school getting beat up. How many times are you gonna open up that policy book of the school and see how much you have to tolerate before you go up there and check people? Not too much. I like using scenarios. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So, I had a whole different set plan, but due to time restrictions, everything totally got flipped around. But before I go, I didn't come up here to bash this administration of Joe Biden. I actually want to thank this administration and Joe Biden. Because without y'all continuing to do the unlawful, just totalitarian, just the most outlandish stuff that y'all can come up with that people could never fathom could ever happen, is shining light on who you really are. I tell people all the time, I'm 53 years old. I was a lifelong Democrat. I didn't leave the Democratic Party. Democratic Party left me. They left me morally, and they just diminish the values of what government is actually supposed to be about. So, for all you people out there, I'm not going to judge you, like I said, because I used to be a Democrat. Be secure in what you're about. But also make sure you just go about it the right way. There's nothing wrong with being a Democrat if you're in it for the right reasons. Nothing wrong with being a Republican if you're in it for the right reasons. But now it seems that both parties, whether you're Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, whatever you want to call yourself, have forgotten that, to quote an old phrase, they work for us. And that's the bottom line. They work for us. They work for us. So, right now, estimated, and this is from the Immigration Bureau report that was put out 3 days ago. Forget what they're telling you. It's estimated almost 3.9 million illegals have crossed the border since this administration has been in office. Over 1,500 kids have died being transported across the border. 15,000 American citizens dying on a daily basis because of the fentanyl that is coming across the border. No matter what the mainstream media puts on TV, how they slice it and dice it and try to serve it up. No matter who you are out there, you know that that's not right. There's no book you gotta read to come up with the answers to figure out that's not right. So once again, I just go back to it being the simple question. Do you have the courage? Because that's what it's about now. For them to hate a man so, and for y'all out there in Patriot land, and for those who don't know me, hey, y'all know 45 is my guy. I love Trump. Everybody used to love Trump. What happened? Flip the switch? My people, and y'all know who I'm talking to, y'all celebrated the man. And you turned your back on him when you thought you got a better deal. Now, how do you like it? Now, how do you like it? Prime example. Cardi B. 129 million followers compared to Joe Biden's 32 million followers. What does she come out and do? Vote Joe Biden, vote Joe Biden, vote Joe Biden. Why? Because her brain was manipulated into hating a man that the people that helped get her where she is today used to idolize. Do you think she would go back to those people and say, yo, why y'all want me to hate them? And back in the day, y'all was making change with them. Y'all was wanting to be just like them, having houses in Mar-a-Lago, wanting to do everything. It's all a big lie. And everybody knows it. So once again, it's back to the simple question. When are you going to come up with the courage? Is it going to take your 6-year-old daughter to come home and say, Mommy, this little boy came into the bathroom and I seen his thing? You think by you sitting back listening to how they sugarcoat it and how they use the fancy words is something that you might want to go along with until that day comes and your daughter actually comes in and says that. But that's just the avenue that you're allowing these politicians to push these policies. That's why I say, yes, it is important to know who you're voting for and why you're voting for them. But that's totally different than when you know what's going on and you still refuse to stand up for what's right. We have to stop being selfish. It's not about us. It's about our kids and our kids' kids. Here they want to have schools closed down and our kids are falling behind. Falling behind India, falling behind China. And then you got the teachers union wanting to go on strike 2 days after the kids are supposed to go back to school, but they're doing it for the kids. Where's the parents? Where's the parents talking about, I want my kids to get an education? Where are the parents? This might sound harsh, but you know what? I really don't care. Because at the end of the day, if you keep allowing people to do dirt to you, and do dirt to you, and do dirt to you, at the end of it all, who's really to blame? Is it them, or is it you? So I'll put the question out there before I wrap it up. Everything that's going on in this country right now, with the outrageous inflation, with the high gas prices, with the wars that are getting ready to break out, with everything that's going on, who's really to blame? The people that are doing it, or the ones that are allowing them to do it? Because I tell you right now, if we're waiting for this administration to hold anybody accountable, you can forget it. Because it's the administration that's running the agenda. If you're waiting for 45 to come back and fix the problem, you're in for a rude awakening. You know why? Because he's going to be gone soon. So we going to just go back to where we was when he's gone? So, like others before me have been saying, this ain't about Trump. As much as people would like to paint it, it ain't about Trump. Oh, especially them damn Democrats. Every time you turn the TV on, well, what else you expect them to say? They can't talk about one good damn policy, one good thing they've done, so what do? They attack. But does the American people try to figure out, or do you just even sit down and say, well, damn, why y'all keep attacking a man that ain't even here? Tell us something that you want to do. No. I'm done trying to figure out why. And for you out there, my advice and what I suggest is you do the same thing. Because everything is out in the open, everything is obvious. Now it's just up to the people who have the courage. Don't get me wrong, everybody's not built to be a frontline soldier. Everybody's not built to be a frontline soldier. But do me one thing. If you're not gonna participate and you're gonna stand on the sidelines, be quiet. You don't reserve the right to say how anything is going down. You're just a spectator. Like at a football game, you don't reserve the right to make a play, make a call, talk about anything. Roll up your sleeves, get out there. You can educate people if you want, but you're gonna get the same thing. Orange man bad, orange man bad, orange man bad. Yeah, y'all know how we do it here in the lab. We keep it actual and factual, live, and you get it raw and uncensored. And my camera just went out, I do believe. Internal storage full. Is that one still going? Okay, that one's still going. If y'all been doing live streams or podcasts or anything, y'all know exactly how these platforms treat you. As soon as you start bringing the actual and factual and stuff that they don't deem to be politically correct, they will shut you down. I guess that's what you call freedom.
Speaking about that, we got a special song that you like.
Yeah. So Biden, because I love you so much, this song is for you because I want to stay respectful. But I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure every other patriot out here that really, really hate the direction that you and your administration has taken this country in. Not too happy about it. So let's go ahead, Mr. DJ.
I'm out of here, Ray. Good night, buddy.
Yeah. It's about to get real patriotic up in here. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah. Brandon. Let's go. Let's go.
I had to go when the getting was good. Alright guys, so I'm going to bed. I'm tired. You know, I thank you guys for coming and watching the stream, and hopefully you guys enjoyed the content. You know, I mean, I heard they had a really big turnout before the rain and it kind of ran some people away, and that's a damn shame. Thought there were some good speakers. I missed one of the key guys. He was speaking when I first got here. Couldn't get set up in time. He had a really interesting message, but Patriot Labs was streaming it, so I believe he was. So I posted his link earlier. You might be able to catch that in his video. That first video I did, I'm going to, that I had to take down because they kept saying C and V. I'm going to edit it out and I'll do it as a premiere. That way it's back up on my channel if anybody missed it. And that's just what we're going to do. So All right, guys, I'm going to end this live, and I'm going to go get some food and go to bed and, you know, charge up some batteries and get ready for this flotilla tomorrow. And, you know, I will see you guys tomorrow sometime. I'm not 100% sure what time it is, but, you know, if you click that bell and subscribe, you'll know when I go live. So if you want, do me a favor and hit that like button on your way out. I appreciate it. And, you know, again, thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys coming out. Catch you guys later. Boy.